Blockchain technology has profound implications for every business and every aspect of our lives. And I'm not just talking about cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. It's much bigger than that. It's about the power and the potential of the underlying technology platform.
Now, that's not to say that Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are unimportant. They and other digital assets will be critical in many uses, and also to the bigger picture, the peer-to-peer exchange of value, like money, securities, intellectual property, and even the data in our identities. And that's why banks everywhere are looking at their business opportunities when it comes to blockchain. But it is not just banks that are going to benefit from this technology.
Maybe you're an entrepreneur and you're looking for different ways to build a new business, or an artist or musician looking for new ways to make a living off your creations, or an immigrant who's sick of paying high fees to send money to your family in your country of origin.
Maybe you're a consumer who wants to know where that romaine lettuce really came from, or an aid worker who needs to identify the titles of landowners so you can rebuild their homes after an earthquake, or a citizen fed up with the lack of transparency and accountability of your government leaders.
Blockchain is a tool for protecting your privacy, your security, and your property rights. If you think all the data you generate might actually be worth something and you should maybe get paid for it, then we've got good news for you. As we sit here today, innovators all over the world are building blockchain-based apps for each of these goals, and they're just beginning.
Now, there is a lot of hype around blockchain. As with any disruptive technology, there are many different sources of information. Trying to learn about blockchain can sometimes feel like drinking water from a fire hose. We believe, though, that those who understand the underlying design principles of blockchain will have a better shot than those that don't. And that is why we created this specialization, Blockchain Revolution for the Enterprise.
Hello, I'm Don Tapscott.
And I'm Alex Tapscott.
And we're co-authors of the book, Blockchain Revolution, How the Technology Behind Bitcoin and Other Cryptocurrencies is Changing the World. We're also co-founders of the Blockchain Research Institute, global organization based in Toronto, Canada. And we have a diverse group of experts doing research on this blockchain technology. And we're coming up with new ideas for using blockchain to solve all kinds of problems, including some of the world's most intractable challenges, like climate change, widespread economic insecurity, and others. And we're happy to be partnering with INSEAD, one of the world's leading and largest graduate business schools, on this first-of-a-kind specialization. And the goal of our partnership is to share what we've learned with you. We're using our book, Blockchain Revolution, as a core text, and we're using the new edition, the new paperback edition.
The internet took off because of the many common interests of its key stakeholders. Stakeholders like governments, civil society organizations, technologists, companies, and people like you. The blockchain revolution requires leaders too, and perhaps you could be one of them.
In this specialization, you're going to learn what blockchain is, how it works, and what makes this technology so revolutionary.
We are going to teach you about the various categories of crypto assets and the way they can be transacted on a blockchain. You will understand how this technology is disrupting business models and financial services, offering organizations real choices in how they create and manage value.
Finally, you're going to take all of this knowledge and do something that we call a blockchain opportunity analysis. You'll identify a specific problem in your own industry or your own organization that you want to solve using blockchain technology. And you can use this analysis to pitch your idea to your own organization or even to potential investors.
These are exciting and perilous times. We expect a period of volatility, speculation, and even some misuse. But if we all get this right, we will fundamentally change business and society for the better, transforming how we interact online, how we exchange value, and importantly, who gets to participate. If we get it wrong, this technology could become a tool for vested interests to further gather wealth, data, and influence. Or worse, it could become a platform for some new surveillance society.
So rather than predicting a blockchain future, we're advocating for one. We're arguing that this technology should succeed because it could help us usher in a new era of prosperity. We believe the economy works best when it works for everyone. And ultimately, our message is about prosperity for all.
We're excited about the wave of innovation underway, and we're delighted that you're joining us. We have a lot of ground to cover in our time together, so hang on to your seats and let's do this.
Hello, I'm Peter Zemsky, Deputy Dean of INSEAD and Dean of Innovation. I'm really pleased to welcome you to this blockchain specialization. Today, digital transformation is ubiquitous. Waves of new digital technologies from blockchain and IoT to AI and robotics present innovative and often disruptive possibilities across really every sector of the economy and every business function. Yet these technologies also present unprecedented challenges for enterprises and for society more generally. At INSEAD, as the business school for the world, we ask ourselves, how can we help individuals and enterprises best confront these challenges and responsibly seize the opportunities? How can our dynamic entrepreneurial school help to bring about long-term growth and sustainable change? We increasingly believe solutions to social challenges will come from business innovation fueled by digital technologies. With our team of renowned and diverse faculty members, our unmatched international viewpoint, thanks to our presence across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, and the diversity of our global community, we're in a unique position to explore this period of unprecedented transformation. Blockchain, in particular, offers amazing possibilities for reimagining the structure of individual markets, whole industries, and business organizations. I'm impressed with the dynamic, creative, and thoughtful community that has grown up around this technology globally. This is why we've partnered with Coursera and Don Tapscott to bring to you this specialization, to explore the rise and impact of blockchain on business and society. Through the series of courses in this specialization, you're going to learn how a blockchain works, its applications, and its implications for industries and organizations. At INSEAD, we're deeply committed to the skillful application of the tools and concepts we teach. That's why in this specialization, we're bringing to you leading blockchain practitioners, individuals who are out there in the industry getting their hands dirty, solving problems using the blockchain. Together with me, you'll meet blockchain practitioners from around the world, listen to their stories on what it means to take blockchain to business, and learn from the challenges they face, successes they see, and advice they share. I'm truly delighted to set off on this learning journey together with you.
For 4 decades, we've had the Internet of Information, the Internet that most of us use today. And this Internet vastly improved the flow of data in our economy, but it hasn't really changed how we do business. And that's because the Internet was designed to move information from me to you, person to person. It wasn't designed for us to move assets like money to each other, at least not without a bank between us. Think about it. If you upload a photograph to Twitter or Weibo or VK, you're really uploading a copy. The original remains on your smartphone or camera. Anyone can copy it, Photoshop it, post it on their social media. But we can't email money to each other, not just because copying money is illegal. As the 1993 New Yorker cartoon says, on the internet, no one knows you're a dog, or for that matter today, a thief. So we go through intermediaries like banks to confirm each other's identities. Banks verify we are who we say we are, and we own what we say we own. They help us transfer assets between us. They clear and settle payments. They keep records, and they also charge us fees. And their big centralized databases are vulnerable to hackers. They capture our data, and they slow things down. And bankers will be the first to admit that we need a new way forward. That way forward is blockchain. It's a platform for exchanging digital assets peer-to-peer from me to you. That's why we call it the Internet of Value. Hello, I'm Don Tapscott. Welcome to the course, Introduction to Blockchain Technologies. We designed this course to introduce you to what blockchain is, how it works, and why we think it's so revolutionary. You'll learn key concepts such as mining, hashing, proof of work, public key cryptography, and the double spend problem. You'll be able to describe how a blockchain works, the principles behind it, and the challenges facing the people developing it. And you'll be able to explain how it will transform business and society. But before we dive into these exciting lessons, in the next video, I'm going to share with you some more details about me and my career, and also introduce you to my co-instructor, Alex Tapscott. We're going to explain why we're so passionate about this technology. Hello, I'm Don Tapscott, and I've spent my career studying how digital technologies can transform our lives. I've written a lot of books about this, 16 in total, such as The Digital Economy and also Wikinomics, How Mass Collaboration Changes Everything. I'm also the co-author of the best-selling book, Blockchain Revolution, How the Technology Behind Bitcoin and Other Cryptocurrencies is Changing the World. As well, I'm an adjunct professor at the business school INSEAD. And we're thrilled to have a couple of minutes to talk to you, to talk about what we're doing and what we hope to do with this course.
Hi, I'm Alex Tapscott, and I'm also the co-author of Blockchain Revolution, which was published in 2016 and remains to this day the best-selling book on blockchain, translated into over 15 languages. Harvard Business School's Clay Christensen told us that Blockchain Revolution is the book on how to survive and thrive in this next wave of technology-driven disruption. Tim Draper, the well-known venture capitalist of Draper Associates, told us that this book has the predictive quality of Orwell's 1984 and the vision of Elon Musk. And Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, told us that the book has had an enormous impact on the evolution of blockchain in the world. That's quite high praise, and we're deeply humbled by all of it. So it's clearly got a lot of people thinking about the power of this technology to transform both business and society.
Wow, those quotes are pretty humbling. So CEOs and government leaders started asking us some big questions about blockchain. How will this technology transform specific industries? What are the real challenges facing blockchain development today? How can we overcome those challenges? How will blockchain change the nature of the enterprise, the way we manage our companies? What will it mean for government architecture and the creation of services of public value? And how could this technology help us solve some big problems, such as climate change? So a couple of years ago, we founded the Blockchain Research Institute. This is a think tank dedicated to answering these big questions. We're conducting the definitive investigation of blockchain's impact on business, government, and society. And overall, we have more than 100 projects underway. This is a big multi-million-dollar program.
We also developed this specialization of 4 courses, and much of these 4 courses are informed by the work that we did in those 100 projects. And much of the work that we have done to date is going to be available to all of you. We're also collaborating with INSEAD and Coursera to share what we've learned thus far and thus what we think is important for you to know. There are many big ideas we'll cover throughout this specialization. First, we are witnessing one of the largest transformation of assets in human history, from an analog to a digital medium. Bitcoin is but only one type of digital asset, and we're going to look at the other 6 types of crypto assets, the ones that we can create, record, and trade on the blockchain. And this ability to trade assets peer-to-peer on the blockchain without going through a bank or some other intermediary is already disrupting the financial services sector profoundly. We'll look at that and the many other opportunities in the finance industry.
Second is the idea of self-sovereign identity. That's about our right to establish our own digital identities. Self-sovereign identities can't be given or taken away by any central administrator. They're enforceable in any context, in person and online, and anywhere in the world, and they let us capture and control our own data and manage our own identities to benefit us and our lives. We no longer need to give up our data to big internet landowners, such as Alibaba, Facebook, or Google, just to use their websites. And we can store our data in a virtual black box that moves around with us. And we can sell that data or do whatever we want with it if we choose to do so.
Third is the idea of smart contracts. A smart contract is a piece of special purpose code executing a complex set of instructions on the blockchain. It's a means of codifying the terms of a deal in software. Now, this could be a business deal between producers and consumers, or it could be a social pact between a government and its citizens. What's important here is this: smart contracts ensure contractual compliance. They hold parties accountable. The blockchain provides a high degree of certainty as to the outcome of these agreements. Oh, and smart contracts self-execute without the need for intermediaries like banks or governments. And frankly, we've never had that kind of assurance before.
Fourth is the idea of decentralized business models. These are business models distributed across a blockchain network, not centralized in a traditional corporation. They can be fully autonomous too, meaning no humans involved. There's big potential for true peer-to-peer models like ride-sharing without Uber as a middleman taking fees. Owners of driverless cars will someday be able to put their autonomous vehicles to work. So even the big disruptors can be disrupted by this new technology.
And fifth is the idea of the ledger of things. We're already seeing applications of this new internet of devices and things. Soon, though, most transactions will happen between devices and not between people. Consider the smart home. Homeowners are adding smart devices such as thermostats and solar panels, and soon potentially trillions of devices will be connected to the internet, doing everything from driving us around to keeping our house lit to managing our affairs and managing our health information. These devices need to be resistant to hacking. They need to be able to communicate value, such as money or assets like electricity peer-to-peer. Consider electricity. If you imagine that your neighbor's home is generating energy from a solar panel and you've got a device that needs to buy that electricity, then those two devices need a way to be able to contract, bargain, and execute a payment peer-to-peer. It's not going to happen through the Visa network. It can only happen on the blockchain.
We've given you a glimpse of crypto assets, digital identity, smart contracts, new business models, and the ledger of things. These are all themes of the modules ahead of you. We're just pleased to be working with INSEAD and Coursera to share all this information with you, and we're happy that you're joining us. If you've got questions for us, then just post them on the discussion forum. And remember, technology alone doesn't solve problems, people do. It doesn't create prosperity, people do. And our hope is that you'll connect with each other, identify your common interests, and let's solve some big problems together. Welcome to the second era of the Internet of value. This began in 2009 when a person or persons named Satoshi Nakamoto launched what he called Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And until that day, we were living in the era of the Internet of information. This first era helped billions of people around the world communicate and collaborate online. But the Internet was designed to move information only, peer-to-peer. It wasn't designed for peer-to-peer payments. It wasn't designed to protect and transfer things of value like land rights or access to private property, at least not without an intermediary, like PayPal, Airbnb, a government, an agency, or a credit card company. And so the Internet alone has done little to change how we do business. Now, today, two or more parties anywhere in the world can do business peer-to-peer thanks to blockchain technology. We call blockchain the trust protocol. It's for people who don't know each other and with no reason to trust each other. Yet these people can still do business together on a blockchain because they can trust the blockchain protocols. These protocols preserve the integrity of their transaction. This module explains how. It's not through powerful intermediaries, it's through mass collaboration, cryptography, and clever code. If you've questions, please click over the discussion forum. On behalf of my collaborator, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for joining us. See you next time. In this lesson, we'll review the original promise of the Internet of information, and we'll look at how it's fallen short of that promise in several important ways. How many of you were even born when the Internet went commercial in the early 1990s? Back then, we all thought the Internet would level the playing field. Everyone could participate in the global economy. That was the promise. The Internet would blow up the industrial paradigm where power structures were centralized, hard to break, and even harder to change. For starters, many of us hoped for a more democratized media. Old media, as we called it, was centralized, a one-way channel and controlled by oligarchs. Its users were passive with no control. The barriers to entry were high. The Internet came along and entrepreneurs reimagined media as open, distributed, and peer-to-peer. The global economy was also intended to be more inclusive. Low-cost computing and connectivity would allow everyone, everywhere, to be a consumer and a producer of content and services. These global marketplaces were to be meritocracies where everyone could participate. If you were smart and hardworking in, say, India, your merit would bring you reputation. The world would be flatter, fairer, more flexible, and more fluid. Most important, technology would bring wealth to everyone, not just the few. Well, does that sound like what's happening in our world today? Some of it has come to pass. The first 4 decades of the Internet have been great, reducing the costs of searching and collaborating and exchanging information. The Internet has also lowered the barriers to entry for many new media and entertainment, new forms of retailing and organizing work, and new digital ventures. Outsourcing has helped people in the developing world to join the global economy. But the Internet still has serious limitations. For one, we still need intermediaries like banks and government agencies to establish our identities and to enable us to exchange value like money online. These same go-betweens collect our data for commercial gain and for national security. Plus, their cost structures exclude some 2.5 billion people from the global financial system, and they've grown more powerful overall, not less. So the internet has trouble preserving our privacy, establishing our identities, and including all of us. So what happened? Well, it's all about the centralization of control. Huge institutions now control what was supposed to be a shared global resource, the internet. These companies maintain its infrastructure and they extract a massive amount of data from us users. They write the algorithms and the apps, managing business and managing our daily lives. They're using their power and influence over entire economies in society. Many of the early concerns raised by the early internet pioneers have come true. Gross domestic product is growing, but job growth is pretty much flat. We're creating more wealth, but we're also seeing greater social inequality. Powerful tech companies have shifted from the open, equal web to exclusive walled gardens. They don't just exclude people from the conversation, they sometimes kill the debate altogether. Corporate forces have seized many of these powerful peer-to-peer technologies, and they're not leveling the economic playing field. They're creating a big obstacle course instead. The institutional control of our data threatens our privacy. Yes, governments of all kinds use the internet to improve their operations and services. They also use it in quite alarming ways. Even democratic governments use it to spy on citizens, harass dissenters, and stay in power. They can learn almost everything about us from a handful of companies, not to mention what the companies themselves can learn, or what any bad actors can learn by hacking into these systems. So that brings us to the issue of security. Technology doesn't create prosperity any more than it destroys privacy. But technology is at the heart of just about everything, good and bad, in this digital age. The growth of online commerce creates more opportunities for cybercrime. Moore's law, the doubling of processing power every year, also doubles the power of fraud and fraudsters and thieves. Let's call them Moore's outlaws, not to mention spammers, phishers, data kidnappers, and cyberbullies. And when it comes to establishing identity, we still don't know if we're dealing with a bot or a person, or for that matter, as the famous cartoon says, if you're dealing with a dog. Yet we sure do leave a big data trail behind us online. Powerful, what we call digital conglomerates like Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, were once internet startups. Now they're some of the largest companies in the world. They create amazing value for us, and most people love them. But they're also capturing troves of data. They can create value for themselves. Netflix is more likely to recommend a movie you'll enjoy, and that's great. But it also makes data this new asset class, and one we really should be controlling. We should be deciding who gets what data for what use and under what terms. There's got to be new approaches where we can access and even own our own data, use it to plan our lives, and even generate income for us. Oh, and also to protect our privacy. Finally, there's the problem of exclusion. Now, this isn't just a problem of online participation, although it is true that 45% of people on this planet don't yet have internet access. Those living under repressive governments have very restricted access, and 2 billion people can't afford a bank account. How will the second era of the internet help them? We'll answer that question in our next lesson, beginning with something we call the trust protocol. In the previous lesson, we talked about the problems of the internet as it currently stands. This time we'll talk about the search for a solution to those problems, a search for what we're calling the trust protocol. Internet pioneers had been working with cryptography since 1981. But no matter how they set things up, there were always leaks because third parties were involved. Paying with credit cards over the internet was never completely secure, and users had to give away too much personal data to third parties. And they had to trust these third parties to protect it. Yet time and time again, those third parties proved vulnerable to security breaches. When they were breached, everyone's information was at risk, and also transaction fees were too high for small payments. In 1993, the mathematician David Chaum came up with a new solution called eCash. eCash was a digital payment system. It made safe, anonymous online payments possible, even small payments like pennies, nickels, and dimes. At the time, it looked like a promising solution. Microsoft and Netscape both wanted to include eCash in their browsers. But online shoppers cared more about convenience than about privacy and security back then. In 1998, Chaum's company went bankrupt. Around that time, one of Chaum's colleagues, Nick Szabo, wrote a short paper explaining the problem. He called it the God Protocol. God, in this case, was a trusted third party in the middle of all transactions. And God would treat everybody fairly and not reveal anybody's secrets. God was the ultimate trusted intermediary. Szabo's point was powerful. Doing business on the internet requires a leap of faith. Without the security we all need, we often have little choice but to treat these intermediaries as if they were gods, impartial and infallible. P.S., they're not. So, case in point, in 2008, collapse of the financial markets occurred, and it turns out these intermediaries were not behaving with integrity. They almost brought down the global capital system. And amid the market meltdown, someone named Satoshi Nakamoto outlined the protocol for a new electronic cash system. It was peer-to-peer, no intermediaries. And it introduced a cryptocurrency called Bitcoin. So cryptocurrencies are digital currencies. They're different from traditional money, what we call fiat currencies, because they're not created or controlled by governments. Instead of third parties or central banks, Satoshi's protocol used distributed computations, many computers around the world, all working on the same problem. Satoshi's protocol set up rules to verify the data, exchanged among billions of devices without going through a trusted third party. This breakthrough set off a spark, igniting the whole computing community. And it spread like wildfire to businesses, governments, privacy advocates, and more. With peer-to-peer verification, there's no need for a third party, no need for a mortal, fallible entity to act as God. We're still grappling with what it means to create trust through clever code. We've never had this capability before. So here are some of the things we know. We can now conduct trusted transactions directly between two or more parties. We can now verify the transaction through mass collaboration rather than through banks. This collaboration is powered by collective self-interest rather than one's company's need for profit. It may not be the almighty, but we think it's pretty awesome. It's a trustworthy global platform for peer-to-peer transactions. We're calling it the Trust Protocol. The Trust Protocol is the basis of more and more distributed ledgers called blockchains. The Bitcoin blockchain is the best known of these and the largest by number of users. While the technology is complicated, the main idea is simple. Blockchains let people send assets directly and safely to each other without going through a bank, a credit card company, a PayPal, or a big social media company. Rather than the internet of information, it's the internet of value. It's also a platform for everyone to know what is true, at least with regard to structured information and assets. At its most basic, blockchain is open source code. Anyone can download it for free, run it, and use it to develop new tools for managing transactions online. And because anyone can develop it, it holds so much potential. It can be the basis for countless new applications, many we haven't even thought of yet. Their capabilities could transform just about everything. In the next few videos, we'll dig a little deeper into what a blockchain is and exactly how and why it works. Previously, we talked about the need for a trust protocol. This time, we'll talk about how the blockchain meets that need. Big banks and some governments are using blockchains to revolutionize how they store information and conduct transactions. There are many reasons to do this, including faster speed, lower costs, greater security, fewer errors. Blockchain also eliminates central points of attack and failure. None of these reasons requires cryptocurrency per se. However, many important blockchains are based on Satoshi Nakamoto's Bitcoin model. And here's how they work. Bitcoin or other digital currency isn't saved in a file somewhere. Instead, it's represented by transactions recorded on a blockchain. Think of it as a global spreadsheet or ledger. Each Bitcoin transaction entered on it is verified by a large peer-to-peer network. Each blockchain is distributed. That means it runs on computers provided by volunteers around the world. It also means there's no central database to hack. It doesn't mean all distributed ledgers are blockchains. A distributed ledger is a database existing in many places with many people using it. Not all distributed ledgers have the encryption and verification standards of a blockchain. A blockchain is a specific type of distributed ledger, just as a square is a specific type of rectangle. The blockchain is public. It's open source code. It's a protocol, not a product. And anyone can view it at any time because it's located on the network, not inside a single institution. And the blockchain has heavy-duty encryption using public and private keys. Think of it like the two-key system to access a safety deposit box. Unlike Target or Home Depot, there are no weak firewalls to attack. Unlike at Morgan Stanley or the US federal government, there are no untrustworthy staffers to steal secrets. Every 10 minutes, kind of like the heartbeat of the internet, all transactions conducted on the Bitcoin network are verified, cleared, and stored in a block. The block is linked to the preceding block and to the block before it, creating a chain of blocks. Each block must refer to the preceding block to be valid. The structure permanently timestamps and stores exchanges of value, and it prevents anyone from altering the ledger. This validation process makes theft impossible by any practical measure. If you wanted to steal a Bitcoin, you'd have to rewrite the coin's entire history on the blockchain. What's more, you'd have to do it without being detected by millions of other people working on it. And, well, that's practically impossible. Some scholars say capitalism was able to thrive because of the invention of double-entry bookkeeping. It's a system where a credit in one account always matches a debit in another. Well, blockchain, a worldwide ledger of value, goes much further. We can program a blockchain to record virtually everything or anything of value and importance. Not only payments and profits, but birth and death certificates, marriage licenses, deeds, titles of ownership, educational degrees. Beyond financial accounts, it can also track votes, medical procedures, insurance claims, and even the origins of every ingredient in a meal. It can track anything that we can express in code. What's more, it verifies these records in near real time. Soon, billions of smart things in the physical world will be communicating with each other. They'll be sensing and responding to conditions through sensors, but they'll also be able to do transactions. They'll be buying their own electricity and sharing important data, doing everything from protecting our environment to managing our health. So this Internet of Everything needs a trustworthy ledger for everything. In the next lesson, we'll look at how that trust is established.
What excited you about blockchain? What really drew you to this technology?
Blockchain has three characteristics that I find particularly interesting. First is its security. Web 2.0 was built originally to share academic information between universities, educational institutions. It wasn't really built for running our entire economy and all of the businesses on top of that. So security is one. The second is efficiency. So when we have common infrastructure underlying, it's then easy to make business agreements on top, and it actually gives more accessibility to different companies which want to run on the same business protocols. And the third is collaboration and coordination mechanisms. So everyone's heard a lot about tokenization. There's many different incentives and crypto economics that we can build in to actually program humans and the workforce to work together more collaboratively.
Blockchain's really exciting to us at FedEx because we've always been about custodial chains. We really invented the systems that created tracking that the world has come to depend on at scale. The reason blockchain's so exciting is because it allows us to extend those custodial chains outside of our possession of a shipment, all the way back to its origin at manufacture and all the way through to the end consumption of that in a complete supply chain.
Welcome back. In this video, we'll discuss how to establish trust in the digital age. First, let's nail down what we mean by trust. Trust in business is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity. And integrity boils down to these four values: honesty, consideration, accountability, and transparency. Honesty is not just an ethical issue, it's an economic one. And communication is the key to creating trusting relationships within employees, partners, customers, shareholders, and the public. When a person or an organization makes a statement, it must be truthful, accurate, and complete. Honesty also means no lying through omission. And it means not trying to hide ugly facts in a maze of other facts and figures. Honesty demands you be upfront. Second, consideration means that in any transaction, all parties care about the others and will operate in good faith. Trust requires a genuine respect for the interests of the other party so that everyone can operate with goodwill. If I'm negotiating with you, I actually care that you get something out of the deal. Accountability means making clear commitments and sticking with them. Individuals and organizations must show they keep their promises and own up to any that they've broken. Everyone involved should be able to verify this, and outside experts should be able to do so as well, not passing the buck and no playing in the blame game. And finally, transparency means operating out in the open, in the light of day. If you're wondering what the other party is hiding, that's a sign of poor transparency. And poor transparency leads to distrust. Of course, companies have the right to guard their trade secrets and other kinds of private information, but there are things that we need to know as customers, shareholders, employees, and so on, for us to make smart decisions. And we shouldn't have to fight for this information tooth and nail. Being open is very important. To quote from a previous book of mine, corporations can undress for success. As we speak, trust in business and other institutions is at an all-time low. The public relations company Edelman, in their 2018 Trust Barometer, it shows trust in institutions has taken a staggering hit in the last period. In the United States, faith in government fell 14 points to 33%. Business, media, and NGOs also suffered drops of 10 to 20 points. Although technology is the most trusted industry, social media companies like Facebook and Twitter have been used to manipulate public opinion. And that erodes trust in those services too. But it also endangers our trust in each other. For the first time, media, the fourth estate, is now the least trusted institution globally. In 22 out of the 28 countries Edelman surveyed, people distrust the media. Nearly 7 in 10 people worry about fake news being used as a weapon. Traditionally, trust in transactions came from individuals or groups acting with integrity. We did business face-to-face with people we knew. Now we often can't know who we're doing business with online, let alone whether or not people have integrity. So we've come to rely on third parties to vouch for strangers. Not only that, but third parties also record transactions and do everything behind the scenes to make online commerce work. These intermediaries can be banks, governments, or businesses like PayPal, Uber, or Apple. And when they get involved, they charge for their involvement. They get a piece of the action. Now with blockchain, trust doesn't need to be established only by a third party. And smart third parties can use blockchain to build new levels of trust. With blockchain, trust comes from the network itself. Instead of simply trusting a middleman institution, we can trust the blockchain code. The way that the blockchain is built means all parties in the system, not just the ones involved in the transaction, come to agreement on what the facts are. And once they agree, a new block is added. The transaction becomes a solid fact and part of the blockchain's history. The ledger itself is what the trust is built on. Now, to be clear, the trust we're talking about refers to buying and selling goods and services, not trust in all business affairs. Still, a solid foundation of trust can create a more secure and trustworthy world. By conducting transactions on the blockchain, companies might enjoy a bump in share price because their business is above board and verified. Shareholders will come to expect all publicly traded firms to run their businesses and their treasuries on blockchain. Citizens will expect the same of government organizations their taxes pay for. With this transparency, investors will be able to see whether a CEO really deserves a fat bonus. With smart contracts, parties will keep their promises automatically. Voters will also be able to see whether their representatives are acting with fiscal integrity. The transparency and trust built into blockchain will start to rebuild the trust in our institutions. In our next lesson, we'll take a closer look at exactly how transactions happen on a blockchain and what happens behind the scenes to make it work. To learn more on achieving trust, see the first chapter of Blockchain Revolution. And if you have questions, please post them to the discussion forum. We'd love to hear from you. Welcome back. In this lesson, we'll take a step-by-step look at how blockchain works in an online transaction. The first step is creating a transaction message and sending it to the blockchain. Say I want to buy a piece of artwork, maybe a painting I saw in an online gallery. To buy it, I would open my wallet app, say for example, a Bitcoin wallet. Bitcoin is the most popular cryptocurrency. There are others I could use, but I'll keep things simple and go with Bitcoin. With my Bitcoin wallet, I create a message specifying the amount of Bitcoin I want to send to buy the painting. I enter the gallery's public key as where I'm sending that Bitcoin to. Then I use my private key to sign the message, verifying that it's me who's sending it. This two-step process is called public key cryptography, and we'll talk more about that in upcoming lessons. Before I send the message, I double-check all the fields. Unlike other payment methods, there's no way to reverse a Bitcoin transaction once it's made. Once I double-check everything, I broadcast the message to the entire network of computers running the full Bitcoin blockchain. This is where the blockchain works behind the scenes. The computers connected to the blockchain network are known as nodes. Some nodes donate their processing power to solve a math problem associated with a new block. The Bitcoin community calls these people miners, but it's actually the computers doing all the work. There's no skill involved. Each miner runs the blockchain software like a utility function in the background of their computer. Serious miners invest in high-grade and specialized computers to boost their efficiency, but anyone with a computer can do it. Other than the equipment, the software makes mining a level playing field. The math problem itself is untouched by human hands. Not all nodes are mining, however. Most of the nodes on the Bitcoin network simply verify data. They send it to peer connections. So for my art purchase, the network verifies two pieces of data. One, that I have the amount of Bitcoin I want to send, and two, that it was actually me, Don Tapscott, who authorized the transaction. Then it recognizes my message as a transaction. Once that happens, miners race to order and record the new transactions into a block of data. And each block has to include the digest or hash of the previous block of transactions. A hash is kind of like a fingerprint for a block. It identifies the block and its contents, and it's always unique. In making a new block, the software attaches the hash to a random number called the nonce. Miners race to figure it out. And the resulting block hash is a complex number with a certain number of zeros at the front of it. Even with all the computers working to solve the problem, it takes about 10 minutes to complete. These computers, or nodes, have to try different nonces until they stumble upon the right value. It's like winning the lottery, but there's no skill involved. You can increase your chances by using more or better equipment, as I mentioned. Or you can take another time-honored way of playing the lottery pool. Some people pool their nodes with other nodes, like co-workers at an office buying lottery tickets together. Then if one of those nodes wins, they all split the reward. So winning is a matter of luck, processing power, and the size of your mining pool. Before we continue, let's not lose sight of my transaction. Right now, it's still on the Bitcoin network, but it hasn't been recorded as a block on the chain yet. It's still being ordered with all the other transactions in the network. The Bitcoin network's total processing power is called the hash rate. The higher a network's hash rate, the more difficult it is to find the right nonce. When a miner finds a hash with the correct number of zeros, it shares its proof of work with other miners on the network. Proof of work is a record of the computations it took to find the nonce. Along with transactions, this gets included in the new block. Using proof of work to reach consensus in the network is the other big breakthrough in distributed computing. The other miners accept the block by beginning work on the next block, which has to include the hash of the newly made block, and so on. When everyone has accepted the block solution, the winning miner receives a set quantity of new bitcoins as a reward. The Bitcoin protocols mint the coins and send them to the miner automatically. Then the hashed block is added to the chain. Finally, we get to completing the transaction. Within 10 minutes of my original message, the art gallery and I each receive a confirmation. Done deal. My transaction creates what's referred to as unspent transaction output. This means the gallery can spend it by doing just what I did, sending a message, specifying the amount to send and the address of the recipient, and then authorizing the transaction with their private key. If the artist knew both my public key and the gallery's, she could see that the deal went through and how much I paid. That's why we call it a public ledger. All transactions are transparent, but it's also pseudonymous. Anyone can see my address and the gallery's, but there are no names attached. You have to know those names separately to know what you're looking at. Meanwhile, while the artist readies my painting for delivery, more transactions are underway using Bitcoin, and more blocks are being added to the Bitcoin blockchain. Going forward, if you want to see a record of my purchase, it will still be there on the blockchain, verified and unchangeable. And every subsequent block only confirms my purchase. That all sounds a bit complicated, but from the point of view of the artist, or me, the buyer, it was simple and easy as pie. Or it was a piece of cake, if you come out that way on the pie versus cake debate. Now you've learned about the second era of the internet, the Internet of Value. In this era, two or more parties anywhere in the world can do business peer-to-peer. We call blockchain the trust protocol because its software protocols preserve the integrity of transactions conducted on top of it. It's ideal for people who don't know each other with no reason to trust each other. These people can now do business together on a blockchain because they can trust the blockchain protocols. You've studied how it works. It doesn't work through powerful intermediaries. It works through the mass collaboration of miners, public key cryptography, and some clever code. You've walked through the steps of a transaction. The parties broadcast their transactions. Members of the network validate those transactions. Every 10 minutes or so, the miners bundle all these transactions into blocks of data. They race to solve difficult cryptographic puzzles. Winning the race means getting to create the next block. To win the race, a miner must find the right nonce and show a proof of work. The winner receives a number of bitcoins as a reward. Everyone's incentives are aligned. So that's collaboration, cryptography, and code in action. It's the essence of the trust protocol. And it's the essence of this first module. So congratulations on finishing it. If you've got questions or you want to get in on the conversation about what you've learned, please post on the discussion forum. On behalf of my collaborator, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. I want to start this next set of lessons with a quote from my friend, Dr. Ann Kavukian. She's a distinguished expert in residence leading the Privacy by Design Center of Excellence at Ryerson University. And Ann and I also wrote a book about privacy in the mid-1990s. Okay, it wasn't exactly a bestseller. It was probably a decade or so before its time. But anyway, Anne once said, and I quote, "Freedom is predicated on privacy," unquote. Think about that for a moment. Your freedom depends on your privacy. We found one of the first decentralized peer-to-peer platforms for preserving user privacy. It's called Enigma. It was designed at MIT Media Lab. Enigma combines the virtues of blockchain's public ledger with something known as homomorphic encryption and secure multi-party computation. That's a mouthful, but it means Enigma takes your information, breaks it up, and encrypts it into pieces of data randomly distributed to nodes in a network. No single node handles all of it. Enigma enables blockchain to embed the data and track all of the pieces of it. So you can share your data with third parties. These parties can use it without ever decrypting it. In essence, your data exists in a virtual black box, and you alone control it. You alone can see it in its entirety. This concept is worth taking seriously. It's the principle of what Anne calls privacy by design. That means we design privacy into our innovations. It's privacy by design. It's not an add-on. It's one of the 7 design principles underlying blockchain technology, such as security by design and integrity by design. This module walks you through each of these principles. For each, we describe a big problem to be solved and the blockchain solution, and we discuss their implications for the digital economy. We hope these design principles will inspire you as you think about your roles in the blockchain revolution. In this module, we'll look at the 7 design principles underlying blockchain. But first, let's talk about how we came to nail down these principles. When people first hear about blockchain, they learn about its effect on 2 things, privacy and security. And this is no surprise. They usually learn about it thanks to cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. But a tool like blockchain can protect much more than just money. It can document property rights. It can ensure citizenship. It can defend a person's participation in government, culture, and the economy. What new tools and new jobs could we create with these capabilities? What new businesses and services? How should we think about these opportunities? Well, the answers were right there in front of us from the beginning. Compliments of Satoshi Nakamoto. We believe that this next era could be based on the blueprint Satoshi laid out in his original paper on Bitcoin. His vision inspired talented and passionate leaders to develop blockchain around a set of implicit principles. Satoshi's paper was about money, not creating a second generation of the internet, and he wasn't trying to change civilization or reinvent business and so on. But still, his vision was stunning in its simplicity, originality, and its insight into human nature. People who read the 2008 paper could see that we were on the cusp of a new era of the digital economy. The first era was driven by emerging computation and communications technology. The new era will be powered by a combination of computer engineering, mathematics, cryptography, and behavioral economics. This trust protocol Satoshi helped launch implies certain principles for remaking institutions and our economy. In this module, you'll learn about the rules underlying blockchain. We've studied Satoshi's discussions of his original white paper, his discussions with his peers like the late Hal Finney, and we've reversed engineered them into a set of design principles. These, to us, are guidelines for creating software, services, business models, markets, organizations, and even governments on blockchain. Satoshi never wrote about these, but they're implicit in his work. And we see them as principles for shaping the next era of the digital economy, an era of renewed trust. We hope these principles will help you learn the basics of the blockchain revolution. Whether you're an artist, an engineer, a manager, an entrepreneur, or an investor, understanding these principles will help you reimagine your role in this new blockchain economy. For more on blockchain's 7 design principles, do see the second chapter of Blockchain Revolution. If you have questions, please post them on the discussion forum because we'd love to hear from you. In these lessons, we'll look at 7 design principles underlying blockchain. Our first principle is networked integrity. On the blockchain, trust doesn't come from an outside source. That means that the 4 values of integrity, honesty, consideration, accountability, and transparency, are coded into the blockchain. They're baked into decision rights, incentive structures, and operations. Integrity is distributed among nodes, not vested in a single member. That means acting without integrity is either impossible or it costs far too much time, money, energy, and reputation. Cheaters never prosper. To make sure this works, we need to first understand the problem with integrity online. On the internet, people haven't been able to do business directly because money and other assets aren't like the other things that you can share online. If you send a selfie to a friend, you can still share it with another. But you can't give your friend $1 you've already given to someone else. The money must leave your account to go into your friends. It can't exist in 2 places at once. If the internet treated money just like information, there would be a risk of your spending the same money twice. That's called the double spend problem. That's good for fraudsters, but it's bad for people who deserve to be paid. It's also bad for your reputation all online. Traditionally, the double spend problem has been solved by clearing every transaction through a third party. This could be a bank, a money transfer service, credit card company, government, or an online payment platform. This means giving all of your information to someone else. It also means payments are settled on their schedule, not on yours. Well, a blockchain breakthrough changes that. Using an existing distributed peer-to-peer network and a bit of clever cryptography, Satoshi Nakamoto found a way to solve this double spend problem without a third party. On the Bitcoin blockchain, the network timestamps the first transaction where the owner spends a particular coin. It rejects any more spends of the coin, eliminating a double spend. Miners, people who run Bitcoin nodes, gather up the recent transactions, order them into a block of data, and add it to the chain. Each block must refer to the previous one to be valid. And since the blockchain is public, Bitcoin is more traceable than cash. When the network reaches consensus about what happened, it records it on the blockchain. How the network reaches consensus is a critical factor. The Bitcoin network relies on what's called a proof of work. Because we can't rely on the identity of the miners to select who creates the next block, the network instead creates a puzzle. Miners use their resources, namely computing hardware and electricity, to solve the puzzle by finding the right hash. Remember, a hash is a unique fingerprint for the text or the data file. This puzzle requires a lot of computing to solve, but once someone solves it, everyone else can check the work quickly. Whoever solves the problem first gets to create the next block. And for each block a miner creates, he or she receives Bitcoin as a reward. There are no shortcuts to solving the problem, so when the rest of the network sees the answer, everyone trusts a lot of work went into producing it. On the average, a miner finds a hash meeting the target every 10 minutes. Sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it doesn't take much time at all. Now, there are other consensus mechanisms. The developers of Ethereum 1.1 expect to replace proof of work with a different mechanism called proof of stake. Proof of stake requires validators to invest in and hang onto a native token of the blockchain, whether it's Peercoin, NXT, or something else. They needn't spend energy to vote. Blockchains such as Ripple and Stellar rely on social networks for consensus. They might require new nodes to generate a unique list of at least 100 nodes they can trust in voting on an update. This type of proof is biased. Newcomers need social intelligence and reputation to participate. There's also proof of activity, combining proof of work and proof of stake. There's also proof of capacity, which requires miners to devote a lot of hard drive space to mining. A similar concept, proof of storage, requires miners to share their disk space in a distributed cloud. The platform Cosmos uses something called Byzantine fault tolerance. And yes, while that one is rather Byzantine as a formulation, it could be a breakthrough. Storage does matter too. Data on blockchains are different from data on the internet. And in one important way in particular. On the internet, most of the information is malleable and it's fleeting. The exact date and time of its publication isn't critical to past or future information. On a blockchain, the truth of the present relies on the details of the past. Bitcoins moving across the network have been permanently stamped from the moment of their coinage. For a Bitcoin to be valid, it must reference its own history and the history of the blockchain. It's kind of like a digital wax seal. Therefore, the blockchain must be preserved in its entirety. Regardless of the consensus mechanism, the blockchain ensures integrity through clever code rather than through human beings. So, what are the implications of this? Well, rather than trusting big companies and governments to verify people's identities and vouch for their reputation, we can trust the network. The history will be all there. It's checkable and it's unchangeable. The platform ensures trust in transactions and recorded information, no matter how the other party acts. And this has enormous implications for most social, political, and economic activity. It's not just about recording who married whom, who voted for whom, who paid whom. It's about any endeavor requiring trusted records and assured transactions. It can tell you who owns what, regardless of whether the property is physical or intellectual, who graduated from medical school, who bought which gun, who made this pair of Nike shoes, this Apple device, or this baby formula. Where did these diamonds come from? Is this fish really a halibut? Which farm provided this romaine lettuce? With the help of blockchain, we'll soon be able to verify all these things without question. Welcome back. In these lessons, we're looking at the 7 design principles underlying blockchain. Our second principle is distributed power. The blockchain system distributes power across a peer-to-peer network. There's no single point of control. No single party can shut the system down. If a central authority manages to cut off an individual or a group, the system will still survive. If over half of the network attempts to overwhelm the whole, everyone will see what's happening. The problem this solves is the centralization of power. In the first era of the internet, large institutions that a lot of people depended on rarely considered the social contract. Time and time again, central powers have proven they're willing to treat their users poorly. They override their wishes, they implement large-scale changes without consent, and they warehouse and analyze their data. They also share those data with governments without users' knowledge. And because they're so powerful, they can do it pretty much without repercussions. Distributing power on a blockchain restacks the deck. That's why it's a breakthrough. There is no central authority for the Bitcoin blockchain, for example. There can't be. The energy costs of taking it over would outweigh the financial benefits. The proof of work method requires users to expend a lot of computing power and therefore a lot of electricity to defend the network and to mint new coins. This was an idea first developed by cryptographer Adam Back. He came up with a system called Hashcash to discourage spam and denial of service attacks. Back's method required emailers to provide proof of work when sending a message. Otherwise, the email wouldn't go through. This increased the cost of mass emailing, particularly sending spam, malware, and ransomware. Satoshi Nakamoto adapted this proof of work method to build and defend the Bitcoin blockchain. Anyone can download the Bitcoin protocol for free and maintain a copy of the blockchain. A few simple instructions can set the rest of the program in motion. It's fully distributed across a volunteer network like BitTorrent, a shared database of intellectual property residing on tens of thousands of computers worldwide. This distribution shields the network from interference, for example, from government. Now, that can be good or bad, depending on the situation. It defends a dissident in a totalitarian country, but also protects a criminal conducting extortion. Totalitarian regimes couldn't freeze bank accounts or seize funds of political activists. Governments could not arbitrarily seize assets on the blockchain as they have with physical currency. Don't think that doesn't happen. In 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's administration required citizens to turn their gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates over to the government or risk fines or jail time. Simply put, the blockchain resides everywhere. There's no central authority. Volunteers maintain it by keeping their copy of the blockchain up to date and lending their spare processing power for mining. There's no backdoor dealing. Every transaction or every action is broadcast across the network to be verified and validated. Nothing passes through a central third party. Nothing is stored on a central server. Likewise, the Bitcoin blockchain also distributes the power to mine coins. Because new Bitcoins are issued whenever a new block is created, it's the network itself holding the power to mine the new currency. Whichever miner solves the puzzle and submits proof of work first receives a number of new Bitcoins. There's no Federal Reserve, there's no central bank or treasury with control over the money supply, and each new Bitcoin contains direct links to its Genesis block and all subsequent transactions. No intermediaries are required. The functioning of the blockchain is a mass collaboration. It's Wikonomics at its best. You control your data, your property, and your level of participation. By distributing computing power, blockchain enables distributed and collective human power. What are the implications of distributed power? Distributed platform like the Bitcoin blockchain could enable new distributed models of wealth creation. New kinds of peer-to-peer collaborations could target humanity's most vexing and intractable social problems. By shifting real power towards citizens and giving them real opportunities for prosperity and participation in society, maybe we could work together to build confidence in today's institutions. Or maybe we'll build new institutions altogether.
Well, one of the unique things about blockchain technology, even as it launched in the crypto world, is that it had to be open. It had to be an open source class of technology in order for it to be effective. It couldn't be owned by a commercial entity. And so we think that that's very true as the use cases expand beyond cryptocurrencies. So our belief about the potential of blockchain has everything to do with the openness of a blockchain, not with a quote FedEx blockchain or a manufacturer's blockchain. We think that blockchains have to be community-based. We believe that they have to be established in ways that create frictionless interaction, even if it's permissioned access to that blockchain with the participants. So everything about the technology to me, and one of the harder things for enterprises like FedEx is how do you break the bonds of this, not being a quote database for your company? How do you put it out there in communities so that others can participate in the data, and that the data still is strong from its critical view of the things that actually happened along the chain?
In these lessons, we're looking at the 7 design principles underlying blockchain. Our third principle is value as an incentive. What does this mean? Well, the way blockchain is set up, it aligns the incentives of all stakeholders. It uses a token of value, like a Bitcoin, to promote behavior benefiting the blockchain as a whole. The behavior also builds a person's reputation. Satoshi Nakamoto programmed the software to reward people who work on it and use its tokens. When everyone has a stake in the network, people make sure that it stays healthy. The problem this solves is a destructive incentive system. In the first era of the internet, power was concentrated in large corporations. They could extract enormous value from the system, making them more powerful still. Large banks nearly broke the financial system because their leadership was rewarded for risk-taking and short-term thinking. Remember, 2008. That's how the incentives were set up. The quarterly report was king. This caused a host of bad behaviors, including predatory loans targeting the poor. Likewise, large .coms pretended to offer something for nothing. They advertised free services in retail, search, social media, and the real unseen cost was user data, which they exploited to boost revenues. But whenever these firms get hacked, consumers are left to deal with the stolen credit card and their bank account information. The blockchain breakthrough is in using programming to incentivize good behavior. Satoshi recognized that people act in their own self-interest, so he needed to harness that self-interest to build and protect the blockchain. One of the things he had to defend against was a so-called Sybil attack. That's when a node forges multiple identities, making one person seem like a bunch of different people. This makes the peer-to-peer network less trustworthy. You don't know whether you're dealing with three parties or one party using three identities. On the other side of things, it also makes it much harder to prove you are who you say you are. To fight Sybil attacks, Satoshi didn't make it impossible to acquire extra identities. Instead, he made it so that there was no benefit in doing so. He programmed the source code so that no matter how selfishly people acted, their actions benefited the system. The resource requirements of the consensus mechanism, combined with Bitcoins as a reward, compel participants to do the right thing, to act with integrity. Sybil attacks no longer make economic sense. When miners create a block and link it to the previous one, the miner who completes the block first gets a set quantity of Bitcoins for their efforts. Satoshi's protocol rewarded early adopters handsomely with Bitcoins. For the first 4 years, miners received 50 Bitcoins for each block. Every 4 years, the reward per block has halved. 25 Bitcoins, 12.5 Bitcoins, and so on. And because they now own Bitcoins, the miners are invested in the platform's long-term success. So they buy the best equipment to run mining operations, spend energy as efficiently as possible, and maintain the ledger. Bitcoins also represent partial ownership of the blockchain itself. It's not just incentive to mine and transact with others. By owning and using Bitcoin, participants are financing the blockchain's development. Here's an example of how making a selfish choice benefits the network, and it involves miners. Every so often, different miners find two equally valid blocks of equal height. This means the rest of the miners need to choose which block to build on next. They generally pick whichever they think will win, rather than building on both. Otherwise, they'd have to split their processing power and all the electricity they're providing between these forks. Well, that's a losing strategy. The longest chain represents the greatest amount of work, so participants choose it as canon. This solidifies the blockchain and keeps everybody on the same page, all because every miner wants to back the right horse. By acting in their own self-interest, miners serve the peer-to-peer network, and that affects their reputation. Before blockchain technologies, people couldn't easily leverage the value of their reputation online. Even offline, our identities are multifaceted and our reputations are different among different groups. We keep documents to prove our ID, like passports and a driver's license. But on the blockchain, your identity is inherent and recorded with your actions. The Bitcoin blockchain also preserves value by programming its monetary policy right into the software. This means the currency is more secure. Not only is it immune to counterfeiting and theft, but it also resists inflation. Satoshi capped the supply of Bitcoins at 21 million to be issued over time. The current rate of mining is 6 blocks per hour. Since the amount of Bitcoins awarded for mining a block is halved every 4 years, those 21 million Bitcoins should all be in circulation around the year 2140. This should guard against hyperinflation and currency devaluation. And currencies are not the only asset we can trade on a blockchain. The sky's the limit, really. New financial instruments are possible, from proof of asset authenticity to proof of property ownership. There might also be blockchain and Bitcoin applications for virtual worlds, such as the ones described in books like Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash or Ernest Cline's Ready Player One. Unlike fiat currency, each Bitcoin is divisible to 8 decimal places. And this lets users combine and split value over time in a single transaction. That means that users can set up smart contracts to measure the use of a service and eke out tiny fractions of payments or micropayments. That kind of metering is great for the Internet of Things, when the physical world becomes smart and starts exchanging information and doing transactions. So, what are the implications of using value as an incentive? With blockchain, people have the financial incentives to collaborate effectively and to create just about anything. If your reputation is valuable and trackable, online discussion groups won't be inundated with trolls. Bad behavior will cost too much. Homeowners could receive real-time payments for using solar panels to generate sustainable energy for the network. Software developers on open source projects could pay contributors for acceptable code. Imagine all that and more. In these lessons, we're looking at the 7 design principles underlying blockchain. Our 4th principle is security. The blockchain network incorporates safety measures with no single point of failure. They provide not only confidentiality, but authenticity and non-repudiation to all activity. By non-repudiation, we mean the authenticity of records like a digital signature can't be denied. Anyone who wants to participate in the blockchain must use cryptography. You can't opt out. And because of how it's set up, any reckless behavior doesn't endanger everyone. It only affects the person who behaved recklessly. The problem this solves is lax online security. You ever heard of that? The invention of the internet brought a variety of new security risks to people. Hacking, identity theft, fraud, cyberbullying, phishing, spam, malware, ransomware, and so on. People, institutions, and economic activity have become more accessible but less secure. Most people rely on flimsy passwords to protect their email or online accounts because service providers and employers don't insist on anything stronger. And I know the name of your dog. The typical bank doesn't specialize in developing secure technology. It specializes in financial innovation. In 2008, the year Satoshi published his white paper on Bitcoin, data breaches at financial firms like BNY Mellon, Countrywide, and GE Money accounted for over 50% of all identity thefts reported that year. By 2014, financial sector identity theft had fallen to 5.5%. That sounds like good news, but it isn't. Breaches in medical and healthcare jumped to 42% of the year's total. The average cost of a data breach is nearly $4 million, according to IBM. That means data breaches have cost at least $1.5 billion over the last 2 years alone. The average cost to an individual of medical identity fraud is close to $13,500, and offenses are on the rise. Consumers don't know which aspect of their life will be hacked next. If the next stage of the digital revolution involves communicating money directly between parties, then communications and transactions need to be hack-proof. Using public key infrastructure from the start makes a long blockchain almost impossible to hack. That's the blockchain's breakthrough. Satoshi required participants to use public key infrastructure, or PKI, to establish a secure platform. PKI is an advanced form of asymmetric cryptography, where users get two keys. The two keys don't perform the same function. One is for encryption, and the other is for decryption. The Bitcoin blockchain is now the largest civilian deployment of PKI in the world. Only the US Department of Defense uses it more widely. Asymmetric cryptography was invented in the 1970s, and it gained some traction in the 1990s in email encryption freeware such as Pretty Good Privacy, or PGP. Pretty Good Privacy is pretty secure, but it's also pretty much a hassle to use. Everyone in your network needs to be using it. You have to keep track of your own two keys, and you have to keep track of everyone else's public key. There's no password reset function. If you forget yours, you have to start all over. Digital certificates are another solution. They're pieces of code protecting messages without the encrypt-decrypt operations. But users apply and pay an annual fee for their individual certificates. Again, the most common email services don't support them. So you won't have the encryption you're paying for when you write to someone using Gmail or Outlook, which is a lot of people. People still lack incentives to protect their privacy in their daily routines. Blockchains like Bitcoin solve nearly all of these problems by providing the incentive for wide adoption of PKI for all transactions of value, not only through the use of Bitcoin, but also in the shared Bitcoin protocols. There's no need to worry about weak firewalls, thieving employees, or insurance hackers. If you and I are both using Bitcoin, we can store and exchange Bitcoin securely. If we can do that, then we can store and exchange highly confidential information and many other digital assets securely as well. Now here's how it works. Digital currency isn't stored in a file per se. It's represented by transactions indicated by a cryptographic hash. Users hold their crypto keys to their own money and transact directly with each other. Every user is responsible for keeping his own private keys private. Security standards matter. The Bitcoin blockchain runs on what's called SHA-256, a well-known and established algorithm published by the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. It's accepted as a U.S. federal information processing standard. It's extremely difficult to make the many calculations required to find a block solution, and computers have to chew through a lot of electricity to do it. But when they do, they solve the puzzle and earn new Bitcoin, and this effort is called proof of work. Other algorithms, such as proof of stake, burn much less energy, but some experts find it suspect. Crypto expert Austin Hill calls proof of stake a system where the rich get richer, where people who have tokens get to decide what the consensus is. So you could argue that proof of work, on the other hand, is based on physics instead of wealth and is therefore more egalitarian. Finally, as a blockchain gets longer and longer, it also gets safer and safer. Hacking a long chain requires substantially more computing power than attacking short chains. And a blockchain is a highly processed thing. The best analogy we've come up with is it's like a chicken McNugget. It would be like turning a chicken McNugget back into a chicken. Now, someday someone will be able to do that, but for now, that's going to be tough. So what are the implications of blockchain security measures? These days, technological security goes hand in hand with personal security. Today, bits can pass through our firewalls and wallets. Thieves can pick our pockets or hijack our cars from the other side of the world. As each of us relies more and more on digital tools and platforms, the threats have multiplied. With the secure design and transparency of a blockchain like Bitcoin, we can make transactions of value and we can protect our data. In these lessons, we're looking at the 7 design principles underlying blockchain. Our 5th principle is privacy. People should control and even own their own data, period. People ought to have the right to decide what, when, how, and how much about their identities to share with anybody else. Respecting one's right to privacy is not the same as respecting one's actual privacy. We need to do both. By eliminating the need to trust others, Satoshi also eliminated the need to know the true identities of people in order to interact with them. The problem this solves is huge. It's in keeping our own information under our own control. Privacy to us is a basic human right, and it's the foundation of freedom and free societies. In the last 20 years of the internet, central databases in both public and private sectors have accumulated all sorts of confidential information about individuals and institutions, sometimes without their knowledge. Corporations can create what we could call cyber clones of people, the virtual you, by fracking the digital world for their data. This virtual you may know more about you than you do because you can't remember what you did a year ago or what you said a year ago or bought a year ago or your exact location or what drugs you took or diagnosis was made by your doctor or what test score you got or even what your heart rate was. The trouble is that the virtual you is not owned by you. Your identity is owned by large corporations. Even democratic governments are creating surveillance nations. You can see how the U.S. National Security Agency overextended its surveillance rights by conducting warrantless spying over the internet. These privacy offenses are double violations. First, these entities collect and use our data without our knowledge or consent. Then they fail to protect the honeypot of all these data. The blockchain breakthrough is in disentangling identity from transactions. When Satoshi Nakamoto created the Bitcoin blockchain, he installed no identity requirement for the network layer itself. No one has to provide a name, an email address, or any other personal data in order to download and use the Bitcoin software. The blockchain doesn't need to know who anybody actually is. That's also how SWIFT, the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications, works. If you pay in cash, then SWIFT doesn't generally ask for identification. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if many SWIFT offices have cameras and SWIFT requires financial institutions to comply with anti-money laundering or know your customer requirements. So there's still a certain lack of privacy there. With the blockchain, the identification and verification layers are separate from the transaction layer. That means Amy broadcasts the transfer of Bitcoins from Amy's address to Bobby's address. There's no reference to anybody's identity in that transaction. Then the network confirms that yes, Amy controlled the amount of Bitcoin specified and authorized sending it to Bobby. At that point, it recognizes Amy's message as unspent transaction output associated with Bobby's address. Only when Bobby goes to spend that amount does the network verify that Bobby now controls that Bitcoin. Compare that with using credit cards. Credit cards are very identity-centric. Your name, your address, your financial information, your personal identification number, your PIN, they're all attached. That's why millions of people's addresses and phone numbers are stolen every time a database gets breached. The scope of the recent data breaches is, well, it's enormous. eBay, 145 million. Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, 80 million. JP Morgan Chase, 76 million, and so on. There were also similar breaches of telecom companies, airlines, universities, gas and electric, utilities, hospital facilities, some of our most precious infrastructure assets. On the blockchain, participants can maintain some personal anonymity. They don't have to attach any other details to their identity or store those details in a central database. And this is huge. There are no honeypots of personal data on the blockchain. Blockchain protocols allow us to choose the level of privacy that we're comfortable with in any given transaction or environment. It helps us better manage our identities as we interact with the world. While blockchain is public, users' identities are also pseudonymous. You have to triangulate a considerable amount of data to figure out who or what owns a particular public key. With every transaction, the sender can provide only the metadata that the recipient needs to know. Moreover, anyone can own multiple public-private key sets, just as anyone can have multiple devices or access points to the internet or multiple email addresses. This complicates the tracing of data back to any one person or any one institution. That said, internet service providers like Time Warner do keep records linking identities to accounts. Likewise, if you get a Bitcoin wallet from a licensed online exchange such as Coinbase, that exchange is required to do its due diligence under anti-money laundering, AML, and KYC, know your customer requirements. Governments can subpoena ISPs and exchanges for this type of user data, but they can't subpoena a blockchain itself. That doesn't mean anonymity is required. We could design higher levels of transparency into any application, into any business model or set of transactions, should all the stakeholders agree that that's a good idea. There are some situations where radical transparency makes a lot of sense. When companies tell the truth to their customers, shareholders, or business partners, they build trust. The ideal situation is privacy for individuals and transparency for organizations and institutions and public officials. So what are the implications of blockchain's privacy safeguards? Blockchain provides a defense against the incoming surveillance society. Think about the problems that corporate big data pose to each of us. What does it mean for a corporation to have perfect information about you? We're some 20 years into the global internet era, but only at the beginning of corporate access to the most intimate details of our personal lives and ultimately our body and our DNAs. And these details are piling up. Personal health and fitness data, our daily comings and goings, the inner lives of our families and our homes, you name it. Many people are simply unaware of how much privacy they bargain away every day. We leave these trails of digital footprints, crumbs, footprints website owners can convert into detailed maps of our whereabouts. With blockchain technology, we retain much more ownership over our data. We can protect our personal information, giving away only what's required in any social or economic exchange. Anytime we choose to give data of value, we can be compensated for it as well. We're nearly finished with our look at the 7 design principles underlying blockchain. Our 6th principle is the preservation of rights. All of us are born with certain inalienable rights, rights we should and can protect. Ownership rights should be transparent, they should be enforceable. Individual freedoms need to be recognized and respected. And smart contracts are an instrument for protecting and enforcing those rights. The problem that this principle solves is preserving our ownership rights without impinging on our freedoms. As the internet became a medium for new forms of communication, it became a venue for the presentation of poems, songs, stories, photographs, audio and video recordings, and so on. We adapted laws and standards developed for the physical space into the online world. But even so, we had to trust middlemen to manage transactions online. They had the power to deny, delay, or to clear transactions, only to reverse them later. In this migration of existing laws into online practices, legitimate rights got trampled. The rights not only to privacy and security, but also free speech, reputation, and equal participation. People could anonymously censor us, defame us, or block us at little cost to themselves. And even as the internet helped establish intellectual property rights, there was little risk to ignoring them. Filmmakers who were dependent on revenues from films released decades earlier saw their revenue stream dry up as their fans uploaded digital files for others to download for free. The blockchain breakthrough is strengthening property rights by making them inarguable and unforgeable. On a blockchain like Bitcoin, the proof of work required to mint coins also timestamps transactions, so only the first spend of a coin will clear and settle. Using public key infrastructure, the blockchain not only prevents a double spend, but also confirms ownership of every coin in circulation. That's why you can't trade what isn't yours on a blockchain, whether it's real property, intellectual property, or rights of personhood. Unless the people who create content participate in its distribution and profit from it, the internet will fall apart. Every time people have lost the right of participation, they've taken it back and broke the system that stole it. As a ledger of everything, the blockchain can serve as a public registry through such tools as proof of existence, a site that creates and registers cryptographic digests of deeds, titles, receipts, or licenses on a blockchain. Proof of existence doesn't maintain a copy of any original document. The hash of the document is calculated on the user's machine, not on its site. That ensures confidentiality of content. Even if a central authority were to someday shut down proof of existence, the proof would remain on the blockchain. Of course, plenty of intellectual property, and physical property for that matter, has multiple owners with complex rights. And blockchain has a mechanism to handle more complex transactions involving bundles of rights or multiple parties. The mechanism is the smart contract. Smart contract is just like what it sounds like, an agreement that self-executes, kind of like a contract with a software lawyer, bank, and a government inside it. Think of it as a piece of special purpose code that encodes an agreement between parties and is based on certain conditions that execute a complex set of instructions. Another way of putting this, it's a fleshing out of legal instructions executed by software. We spoke with Steve Omohundro, the president of the think tank Self-Aware Systems. He predicts smart contracts will become more and more common. And we're learning how to put our code of laws into computer code. The idea is to let software determine the legal course of action, whether the action is between persons, businesses, or even countries. One thing a smart contract can do is provide a means for assigning usage rights to another party, as a composer might assign a completed song to a music publisher. The code of a contract could include the term or duration of the assignment, the percentage of royalties the composer should be paid, and some triggers for terminating the contract. One possible termination clause could be if the composer's account received less than X amount of cryptocurrency in a consecutive 30-day period, then all rights could automatically revert back to her, and the publisher would no longer have access to her work. To set the smart contract in motion, the composer and the publisher would each sign using their private keys. Smart contracts could also handle difficult rights of shared resources among a community. Some authorized users might only be able to access and withdraw resources. Other people might have those rights, but could also exclude others from access. Certain proprietors would hold management rights beyond access and exclusion. And at the top would be the owners, who could access, use, exclude others, manage, and sell the resource. Companies like Personal Black Box apply those rights to own personal information. By using blockchain technology, Personal Black Box enforces people's rights to extract value from their personal data which could benefit others or everyone. Data generated and sold willingly will be better, it'll be more useful information than what a company can frack secretly from our online lives. We can use smart contracts to share it or withhold it as we wish. So what are the implications of how blockchain treats personal rights? To enforce rights, those rights must be clear. Rights and responsibilities can be codified in a smart contract and placed on a blockchain. In that way, the necessary decisions and incentives will be transparent and they'll be reached by consensus. Now, to be sure, this is not simply about technology. It's much bigger than physical assets, intellectual property, or any privacy tools. We need better education about rights, and we need to understand rights management systems better. Okay, we're almost there. In this video, we'll look at the last of our 7 design principles underlying blockchain. Our 7th and final principle is inclusion. We think the economy works best when it works for everyone. That means lowering the barriers to participation. We can do that by creating platforms so that everyone can take part in the economy and prosper from their efforts. One problem this solves is poverty by including more people in the economy. If you're watching this video, the internet probably seems like it's everywhere, but that's actually an illusion. Most of the world's population is still excluded, not just from access to technology, but from access to the financial system and to economic activity. Despite its promise, the internet hasn't really delivered prosperity to all. Sure, it's helped establish companies, provide jobs for millions in the emerging economies. It's also lowered the barriers to entry for entrepreneurs, and it's given the disadvantaged access to opportunities and to basic information. But that's not enough. There are still 2 billion people without a bank account. And in the developed world, social inequality continues to grow. In developing countries, mobile phones are often the only affordable means of connecting. Most financial institutions have mobile payment apps, combining cameras and QR codes. Consumers at the bottom of the pyramid still can't afford the minimum account balances, minimum payment amounts, or transaction fees to use the financial system. Its infrastructure costs make micropayments and micro accounts unfeasible. And a lot of these people don't have an identity either. The blockchain breakthrough is making a stable payment system available to all, regardless of where they live or how much money they have. Satoshi Nakamoto designed the Bitcoin blockchain system to work on the internet, but it can operate without it if necessary. Satoshi imagined the typical person would interact with the blockchain through what he called simplified payment verification mode. This mode works on cell phones. It lets anyone with a flip phone participate in a market as a producer or as a consumer. There's no bank account required, no proof of citizenship, birth certificate, or even a home address, no identity. You don't even need a stable local currency to use blockchain technologies. Blockchain drastically lowers the cost of transmitting payments of any sort. It can serve as a bank account. It can help people obtain credit and invest in their future. And it supports entrepreneurship and participation in trade, even global trade. In developing countries, the situation, of course, is worse. The entire banking system could be inefficient or corrupt. Central banks of failed states often print money to keep the government running. But the increase in the money supply debases the currency. If the local economy really tanked, as it did in Cyprus, Greece, or Venezuela, these central bodies could freeze the bank assets of whomever couldn't afford a bribe. Meanwhile, the wealthy store their assets in more stable currencies, causing their native currency to lose even more value. Then what happens to the poor? Whatever money they have becomes pretty much worthless. Any foreign aid can get siphoned off by corrupt officials and other chiselers who add friction to every attempt at helping their people. The Australia micropayment service called Mobile Handset Initiated Transactions, or MHITS for short, has launched a new service, Bitmobi. Bitmobi lets consumers top up their mobile phone credit by texting MHITS an amount of Bitcoin. This is available in more than 100 countries. And remember, mobile phones are the key to banking and financial independence in the developing world. There's also enormous potential in using blockchain to safeguard property records. These records, titles, deeds, and so forth, are a huge issue in emerging countries. In many places, there's no trusted entity where you can register land titles. Blockchain can allow people to claim, I own this property, and back it up with verifiable proof. With proof of ownership, then they can then use their land as collateral for loans or for credit to improve their lives. Another important thing to consider is the problem of bandwidth. High-end user bandwidth tends to increase by 50% each year. Low-end user bandwidth tends to lag 2 or 3 years behind. To keep the blockchain inclusive, it needs to be accessible at slower data speeds. So we must consider the full spectrum of usage, not just the state of the science of high-end users, but the slow tech and sporadic power outages of users in remote regions of the world's poorest countries. So what are the implications of how blockchain makes the economy more inclusive? Later in the course, we'll tackle the issue of what we call the prosperity paradox, how the first era of the internet benefited many, but overall prosperity in the Western world for many more is no longer improving. Our economies are growing, but the middle class is shrinking. The foundation for prosperity is inclusion, and blockchains can help. Of course, inclusion has multiple dimensions. It means participation by people of all social, economic, and racial backgrounds. It means an end to discrimination based on health or gender or sexual identification or sexual orientation. It means dropping barriers to access because of where a person lives, whether a person spent a night in jail, or how a person voted. It also could mean an end to glass ceilings of the old boy networks. It means a change for the better.
I think distributed ledger technologies like the IOTA Tangle are really, really exciting for social good. That's the whole reason that I got into this space. I came across Bitcoin in 2012 when I was teaching law, international law at Duke. And I came across it and I thought, this could actually change the dynamics of financial inclusion for those 2 billion people in the world that are out there who don't have bank accounts, don't have digital identities. This is a cross-border way to connect in a peer-to-peer fashion and immediately interact with the global financial system, global trade, all kinds of exciting possibilities, breaking down a lot of barriers. Now, when you start to sort of peel back the layers of the onion, you see that it's quite a complicated problem. People can't transact money across borders without violating the law unless they have a provable identity. So you have to work on the problem of digital identity first. But you can do that based on distributed ledgers. So that's one of the social impact projects that we're working on at IOTA, is to help figure out how can we help give digital identities to refugees, to people who are fleeing crisis situations, who may show up at a refugee camp without any documentation at all, much less an officially government certified one. How can you help them to start to build ownership of who they are as a person in a way that enables them to also own that data, not only in the context of that situation, but beyond, when they move on to the next phase of life, to take that data with them. It's what we call data portability here in Europe. So these kinds of things are really foundational and elemental, and you have to focus, when you're working in blockchain technology for social impact, you have to always make sure that you look at the problem from end to end. There's always a first mile problem and a last mile problem to be solved. And usually the technology is only one piece of the puzzle. So you really have to bring the right partners into the room to solve all the different pieces of the puzzle.
Congratulations, you've nearly completed our module on the 7 implicit design principles of blockchain, principles that enable a blockchain economy and society. By design principles, we were referring to the foundations of a system of values. In our view, these values ought to inform our blueprint for the next era of the digital economy, the design of new services and business models, and the redesign of markets, the enterprise, and governments. For each of these 7 principles, we described a current problem to be solved in society. For Principle 1, on network integrity, we talked about the erosion of trust in institutions. Consensus mechanisms could help restore trust in systems, even if we couldn't trust all the actors in those systems. We looked at such consensus mechanisms as proof of stake and proof of activity, to name a few. For Principle 2, on distributed power, we talked about the centralization of power, even in Western democracies and free economies. Blockchain as a peer-to-peer network could help us restore equality. For Principle 3 was value as an incentive. We looked at the need for alignment of economic values and how blockchain aligned the incentives of everyone using it. Other principles address the security, privacy, and preservation of property rights. Finally, for the principle of inclusion, We looked at how blockchain could help us plug the unbanked into the financial system. The global economy works best when it works for everybody. So on behalf of my co-author, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thanks for joining us. If you have questions, please post them on the discussion forum. As always, we'd love to hear from you. For years, I've echoed the very wise words of U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis. He said, "Sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants." In the world of blockchain, sunlight is what we call transparency. The ability to see all aspects of transactions is critical to ensuring strong markets, corporations, and governments. Without transparency, corruption and scandals can grow and fester. Consider the infamous fall of Enron. Enron was an American energy, commodities, and services company. It was celebrated and emulated. At its pinnacle of success, everything came crashing down in 2001. Why? Arguably, it was a lack of transparency. Enron falsified its balance sheet, and this led to the largest bankruptcy filing in American history. $74 billion gone, 85,000 jobs lost, and several C-suite executives got criminal convictions. That was the heavy price that was paid. Distributed ledger technology can help prevent these kinds of frauds. Transactions on a blockchain have high transparency. Whether they're public and permissionless, like Bitcoin or Ethereum, or private and permissioned, like Ripple or Hyperledger. This second era of the Internet of Value, forces us to reconsider the benefits and challenges of public knowledge about transactions and contracts. In this module, you'll learn the differences between public and private blockchains, protecting privacy in both types, and the procedural and technological methods for ensuring security. Transparency is a theme of Blockchain Revolution, the book that I wrote with Alex Tapscott. If you want to focus on corporate transparency, then you can check out a book I wrote not long after the Enron scandal with my co-author David Tickall. The book was called The Naked Corporation: How the Age of Transparency Will Revolutionize Business. If you have any questions throughout this module, please check out the discussion forum. Next, we introduce the benefits of shared knowledge. On behalf of our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you for your contributions to the course.
In this video, we'll outline the benefits of shared knowledge on the blockchain. We briefly discussed how transparency is a major benefit of blockchain. Now let's look at the how and the why of it. To understand transparency as a unique feature, we must first understand blockchain's most basic functions. We begin with attribution, the most critical piece of both asset ownership and a contract. Attribution requires knowledge of two facts: who holds the asset and who has created and is party to the contract. A blockchain stores this information by recording where the asset originated and tracking changes of ownership. Ownership is attributed to an address or public key. An address is like an identifier. It's made up of a simple set of letters and numbers. In principle, the addresses and identities are what's called pseudo-anonymous. Transactions recorded on a blockchain means multiple parties within the network can see past actions and current ownership of assets. This distributed ledger, as opposed to a centralized database, creates a network of shared knowledge. Everyone in the network can see it, building in transparency. Had Enron's management used blockchain, it may not have become the cautionary tale that it is today. With blockchain, Enron's different business units would have had a traceable, verifiable, an auditable record of transactions. This would have enabled stakeholders, regulators, auditors, and shareholders to have better information about the company's operations and finances. Giving investors and regulatory bodies some access to the movement of assets and liabilities inside a company could prevent lies, corruption, and bankruptcy. Disclosure is a natural process and added benefit of blockchain-based transactions. Audits are time-consuming and they're expensive. They are also not always completely accurate. Oftentimes, financial information is so voluminous that auditors use a simple random sample of, say, inventories to get an estimate of the actual goods held by a company. Sometimes these estimates are wrong. And even with the tricks of the trade, audits and financial reporting are so burdensome that we only see the results periodically, such as every quarter. On the blockchain, all transactions are recorded and stored in an immutable, trusted ledger. Thus, everyone in an enterprise, from managers to employees, can view the same information on the network. This makes periodic accounting statements relics of the past and means more reliable, robust, and complete financials. If we reduce information asymmetry and increase shared knowledge, we can use resources more effectively elsewhere. An enterprise can increase investments in research. It can use funds to build better products, and it can even invest in new employees. Blockchain technology can therefore be a catalyst for the greatest benefit of all: growth. Transparency is a theme of Blockchain Revolution, my book with Don Tapscott. If you have any questions, please check out the discussion forum. Up next, we delve into levels of transparency and ask, can you have too much transparency? In this video, we'll explore how, by enhancing transparency in transactions, blockchain creates both challenges and opportunities for businesses. This is particularly important for anyone interested in money, finance, and investing. You may recall that shared knowledge enhances attribution when it comes to assets and contracts. Reducing information asymmetry can cut company risks and costs and spur economic growth. But for all of transparency's virtues on the blockchain, it also has its downsides. Let's consider an example from the financial services industry. Imagine an investor needs liquidity and wants to sell a position in a stock. The investor goes to the investment dealer and asks the dealer to buy this large position, shifting the risk. A problem arises in an illiquid market. With few potential counterparties, the dealer has to worry about a squeeze. And a squeeze is when a well-capitalized trader moves the market against the dealer with the hope of buying the asset much lower. The dealer is then forced to liquidate the position at fire sale prices, lest the public see its risky position, which could potentially depress the asset's price even further. So should we care about the dealer's plight? Yes. Financial markets depend on some level of anonymity. The risk of a position squeeze is real. Dealers want to be compensated, so either the cost of trading these illiquid assets must go up, or markets for illiquid assets cease to function at all. Let's consider another example. In this one, a pharmaceutical company is trying to acquire a large position in another similar firm because it's looking to eventually make a takeover bid. Though it needs to disclose by law when it has reached a certain threshold, until that point, it is free to accumulate the stock in the target company, strengthening its position. If every transaction was transparent and available for all to see, this would be nearly impossible. So while transparency is important in business, in certain markets and with certain use cases, some level of privacy is required. Transparency has the power to affect economic interactions between market participants. This is why financial industry executives were initially put off by the concept of a public blockchain, where transactions and potentially the strategic details are recorded for all to see. The alternative to a public blockchain is a permissioned private blockchain. It's organized and controlled by a known and trusted consortium of entities, like, say, banks. The assumption here is that the level of visibility is a design choice, but it's not that simple. A private blockchain still involves the record keeping of everyone's transactions by each node of this network. If our competitors are part of this network, then they can still see some of our activities, but perhaps not know the exact details. Thus, some level of transparency, which is critical, remains. Does this continued lack of privacy automatically discourage the use of blockchain? Far from it. Anyone with privacy concerns faces the same challenges using the internet every day, and the internet is widely used. Instead, our discussion around transparency should focus on the desired, socially optimal level of transparency. Choosing this proper level is critical for firms wanting to launch a private blockchain. Though changes in transparency have economic consequences. They create winners and losers. That's why regulators and lawmakers need to think carefully about what disclosure they want to require of corporate users of blockchains. If you have any questions or thoughts about the ideas we discussed here, please post on the discussion forum. We're happy to hear from you. In this video, we'll look at the transparency of traditional centralized registries and compare them to distributed ledgers on the blockchain. Recording transactions and ensuring consensus on the current owner of an asset is one of the key features of blockchain. It's an append-only protocol, allowing no changes to existing records. This setup defines who can enter records on the ledger and under what circumstances. It then stores these transactions. Transactions can be a trade or text-based information like a piece of programming code. Now let's compare this to centralized ledgers, where most of these records are presently kept. All non-physical, non-registered asset transfers require a tool to change the record of ownership. Only highly trusted parties can access and modify these records. Cash is kept in bank accounts, and a bank account is a central registry. Securities, like stocks, are also kept in central securities depositories. These include the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, or DTCC, and the Canadian Depository for Securities, CDS. Record keeping of stock ownership also has a few snags in the system. US stocks were once to be owned by the DTCC. Shareholders merely held a claim on the original certificates. In Canada, the CDS archives the ownership and any transfers. These transfers are recorded only at the broker level. Making things worse, when Barrick Gold needs to contact its owners for the annual shareholder meeting, it uses yet another third party like Broadridge. Broadridge will collect the information on the current holders for the bank. And being a monopolist in the market, Broadridge's service doesn't come cheap, and their information is often delayed significantly. Records of most bilateral contracts are commonly kept by the parties themselves. The transactions triggered by the contract terms, thus, involve a complicated account reconciliation process. Blockchain's distributed ledger cuts out many of these intermediaries. It stores all information at all locations. Let's say a company is selling an asset, like digital tokens on the Ethereum blockchain. Etherscan, the Ethereum Explorer, allows anyone to see transaction records involving these digital tokens. They can also see the top 5 holders and the most recent transactions of the top owner based on the specific address, all in real time. To sum up, centralized ledgers require third parties because they lack transparency. Distributed ledgers are transparent by design and therefore promote consensus amongst all parties. Welcome back. In this video, we'll explore the differences between public and private blockchains. Let's begin with the basic yet important concept of data storage. Most firms still store enterprise data in a centralized database. It's a simple setup having one location. Every time a transaction occurs, it must clear and settle through this intermediary. This prevents one party from selling the same asset or spending the same dollar twice. So let's take an example. Think about a bank account. Axel can't send the same dollar to both Bettina and Chami. Axel also can't use the same asset as collateral in two transactions. The centralization of data storage by the bank solves this double spend problem. For all its simplicity, concerns with central database remain the same, with security at the forefront. The centralized database is the modern version of the ledger of old. Though it has worked okay for millennia, it has some significant drawbacks. Anything that is centralized is vulnerable to hacking, attack, or fraud. The upshot is data goes missing or personal information gets stolen. So keepers of central databases always make backups. A backup model is one step closer to a distributed database in this one sense. Keepers need to update their backups continuously to avoid losing data. So we need some sort of backup protocol to ensure that the data's accuracy. A decentralized or distributed database goes one step further. In a distributed database, there's no single primary location where all changes can originate. Instead, each site can make changes to the data, but all stakeholders must agree through consensus. There are several advantages to this setting. 1, there's no single point of failure. 2, all data are available locally. And 3, the system can be set up so that the different locations need not trust one another, even as they agree on the content of the database. A major side effect of distributed ledgers is this. Others in the network can see some of your information. This raises some red flags for executives. So let's say a set of banks organizes a distributed ledger where each bank is a network node. In this type of situation, every bank could hold some of the information about others' bank accounts. To ease this fear, we need to understand what the information reveals. Remember, and this is an important point, storing information is not equal to accessing it. We can choose from 2 types of distributed ledgers, the public ledger and the private ledger. A public ledger is permissionless. Permissionless means that anyone can become a network node or participant, and anyone can, in principle, enter records in the ledger. That makes them inclusive. The Bitcoin and Ethereum blockchains are the best known public ledgers. Becoming a network node is just part of using the blockchain. The first step to using, say, the Ethereum blockchain is to get a wallet address, typically through some kind of wallet software. These wallets monitor the Ethereum blockchain to find transactions that are sent to this wallet. A private distributed ledger, on the flip side, is built by either an individual enterprise or by a consortium of organizations. It differs from public distributed ledgers in several key ways. First, a private network requires permission. Thus, it restricts who can use it to record transactions and who can see the flow of information and assets. For financial institutions, this is an important feature. It allows them to comply with Know Your Customer rules, along with anti-money laundering rules. These networks also don't need a trustless protocol. This is a downside in one way because a consortium solution raises the threat of collusion, as well as rent extraction typical of a trust. For instance, network members may restrict entry, or fix prices, or even collude on fees. From a competition policy perspective, it may be desirable to mandate a trustless protocol, to remove a barrier for new entrants wishing to join a consortium network. Now that you've learned some of the pros and cons of public versus private blockchains, you may be wondering, which is best? The answer depends on the user's intent. Public blockchains record all transactions with the addresses of buyers and sellers. This information is kept at each node and shared across this wide network. This transparency prevents data loss and encourages consensus among parties. Public blockchains are open to innovation. Anyone can push a change to the codebase, and if the network participants agree, that change can be integrated. But we can't assume that private distributed ledger guarantees privacy. It can't. A private blockchain has some of the same features as a public one. The network can still see information and transaction records. It's just a matter of deciding who should be included as a member. We write about public and private blockchains in the new preface to our updated edition of Blockchain Revolution. Please check it out. If you have any questions about the ideas we discussed here, please post them on the discussion forum. We're very happy to hear from you.
How do you think about this difference between public and private? Do you find that a useful distinction? And what's your view on the opportunity in both?
Yeah, I think there's opportunities in both. I think the idea of private blockchains doesn't quite coincide with the original ethos of the entire movement that probably emerged with the cypherpunk ideas and kind of resulted in Bitcoin. I think private blockchains can be useful when you have a series of agents that don't trust each other, but need to come together in a way that allows them to trust a common system. So that would be, the typical example is 5 banks, they don't trust each other, but through some kind of economic system, they contribute to a data record system, like a blockchain, where they each input who's been transferring money from whose account to whose other accounts. This is sort of a very simplistic way of looking at it. I think that's useful, it's just not revolutionary. I think ideas that are based on public blockchains are more revolutionary because you remove the idea of a permissioned access, in this case only the 5 banks or people who have accounts at these 5 banks, to anyone, anywhere in the world being able to create an account that is like a bank account on a blockchain. So that sounds interesting to me because there's over 1 billion people who are unbanked, there's over 1 billion people who are denied banking services for all kinds of reasons, including lack of identity, not because they're sort of criminal or anything else. And so the idea that you can reach a greater number of people with public blockchains than you can with private blockchains is something that I find very attractive.
Some people talk about the difference between private and public blockchain. What are your views on that? Is it a useful distinction, and what's happening in the different spaces?
Private and public blockchains, I do think at this time it is a useful distinction. Public blockchain really allows us to have value which is secured by all of the participants in the network. Private blockchains are useful for fewer parties to collaborate with each other without a central clearinghouse or a central processor. Both of those characteristics have been innovative. What is particularly interesting is once we get to the bridge between public and private blockchains. So that will allow a smaller group to transact as much as they would like on a private blockchain, but then relay information back to a public blockchain, which really connects the rest of the web. And then I think the next innovation beyond that of connecting private to public will actually be everything is public, but permissioned to some degree, and anchoring into different types of main blockchains.
Welcome to this look at the resistance to transparency on the blockchain. Let's take an example. The market for corporate bonds shows the complexity of transparency as a strategic risk. In the last century, corporate bonds were regularly traded on exchanges like the New York Stock Exchange. But over time, this market moved almost entirely to the over-the-counter market, where arrangements were done broker to broker. Most trades are now organized in phone conversations or through Bloomberg chat. Normally, active traders, most likely the regular customers, get the better prices. Dominant dealers control liquidity, so often they are the price maker in this situation. Dealers have margin to protect, and buyers, sellers, and issuers often pay the price. In 2002, there was a lot of resistance to the trade reporting and compliance engine known as TRACE. TRACE was a program developed by the National Association of Securities Dealers. It allows for reporting of over-the-counter transactions relating to eligible fixed-income securities. The goal is to create greater price transparency amongst market participants. Despite opposition, there's ample evidence to show that market prices become far more precise after introducing TRACE. More accurate and more efficient pricing generally benefits all players because poor pricing increases risk. If new technology can improve the market, then why is there such pushback to using the blockchain? The answer is transparency. Transparency increases the risk of firms imitating each other's trading strategies. So let's look at one example from the mutual fund business. They're required to publicly disclose their holdings regularly in what's called 13F forms. But the published information is usually delayed to hide activities and protect a competitive advantage. Short-term, institutional traders also spend time concealing their trading activities. Instead of trading a large quantity in one go, they use complex computer algorithms that shred their large orders into tiny increments. They do this to avoid detection by the market at large. The longer they spend working their orders over a day or a week or a month, the more likely other smart algorithmic traders are to detect these orders and move the price against them. Over the last 20 years, plenty of firms left the public equity markets because of the risk of disclosure and inflexible corporate governance requirements. The Sarbanes-Oxley Act increased the number of firms going private. Some CEOs considered its requirements to reveal business information, as well as their salaries, as competitive and reputational threats. Blockchain's transparency may be viewed, to these executives, as a hefty risk in the financial world, but it can be really useful in areas such as voting. When we think of voting, we usually conjure up images of democratic political elections, where privacy is essential to that process, so that voters can't be intimidated and the elections remain fair. But in other cases, like say a shareholders' assembly, a public vote may be desirable. Blockchain-based voting involves using digital single-issue tokens to eligible voters. Voter manipulation on the blockchain is difficult because distribution of the token supply is controlled and auditable. This proves valuable because shareholders may want to know whether their proxy votes were used as promised. Furthermore, voting on a blockchain increases participation by making it easier to cast a vote. The arguments we presented here may sound like we're arguing against using blockchain. Far from it. The truth is, we've only just scratched the surface of blockchain's potential. Existing blockchain technology can still address lots of the transparency issues highlighted here, as we'll discuss in our next video. In this video, we'll highlight how blockchain transparency can be a strategic asset. Lots of people see transparency as a state of complete openness and clarity. But what does transparency mean in the business world? Experts like Denise Paris, a professor of entrepreneurship, defines transparency as the extent to which a stakeholder perceives an organization is providing learning opportunities about itself. The advent of the internet, electronic documents, and big data has vastly increased the flow of information. Now anyone, from investors and consumers to trading partners and regulators, can find the answers they're seeking, whether it's about other firms or governments, organizations, or people. Over time, lots of these entities have learned to embrace this transparency and have used it in their favor. With blockchain technology, firms benefit from transparency, both directly and indirectly. So let's begin with the indirect effects of transparency. Indirect benefits help foster relationships, growing in value over time. Establishing and publishing a code of ethics is a great first step to achieving this. It will inform employees and customers of what to expect from business dealings. There are 5 specific elements for a firm to achieve success through transparency. 1 is creating true value that withstands scrutiny. 2 is understanding customers and building relationship capital. 3 is, of course, protecting consumer privacy. 4 is acting with integrity. And 5 is being candid about shortcomings. In lots of business dealings, the parties must trust that the knowledge gained about them will not be exploited by other parties. Sharing relevant information with partners and supply chain members quickly improves trust and can generally lift a firm's brand and reputation. These principles apply in a world where financial transactions and contracts are visible on a blockchain. As we discussed in the introduction, smart contracts are special-purpose pieces of programming code that are designed to mimic the terms of a business agreement. This means that the information is verifiable and irreversible. A radical case of transparency was the Decentralized Autonomous Organization, also known as the DAO. We discussed the DAO in another course. So the DAO was set up originally as a sort of venture fund, where all DAO investments, and really the entire governance, were made transparent by design. The underlying code was open source and was visible really to everyone. In theory, owners of DAO tokens were to vote on whether to fund proposed projects. Now, unfortunately, there turned out to be a more serious flaw in the DAO code, which would ultimately lead to its demise. However, it did provide some valuable lessons in transparency and blockchain governance. One example of how the hard information stored in a blockchain can help some entities is with government corruption. In the current world, it's nearly impossible to reveal all of a government's transactions and business dealings with any credibility or efficiency. But with all transactions and contracts recorded on a blockchain, nothing remains hidden. Money and contract terms can be traced, and so that lends to the credibility of the government in question. Recording transactions and holdings on a blockchain also has lots of direct procedural advantages in market interactions. As we called out in previous sessions, it's sometimes difficult to know who exactly traded certain assets like corporate bonds, or who holds the securities when they're arranged offline by dealers in offline transactions. Greater transparency in this market could increase liquidity, could improve price discovery, and ultimately reduce origination costs for new issuers, which would be a boon to entrepreneurship. But of course, this is not just for finance. In many countries today, land ownership titles can be forged, stolen, or even recorded incorrectly. Corporate income statements can be manipulated. Option grants can be backdated. None of these data can be manipulated in such a way when recorded on a public blockchain. Transparency can bring about corporate governance by preventing empty voting, insider trading, or even reduced counterparty risk. Let's look at one of these phenomenons, empty voting. It's when an entity gets to vote on economically meaningful decisions without having a monetary stake in the firm. You might assume voting rights require some kind of monetary stake, but derivative contracts don't make this so. Ownership attribution through blockchain not only shows who owns the stock, but also ensures voting rights are justified. Although insiders must announce trades and holdings, the delays in reporting give dealers and active traders an edge. Trades recorded on a blockchain would show all their transactions. That transparency would remove the costly reporting and increase public trust. Now, traditionally, a centralized intermediary acts as a go-between to clear trades and absorb some risk. This is a bit of a double-edged sword. The intermediary, let's say a clearinghouse, can go belly up if not properly monitored, if not well capitalized, and if not well regulated, and can cause a chain reaction through the entire financial system. Blockchain, on the other hand, enables a market-based solution when all financial obligations are visible. Often the failure of one single company or marketplace can create systemic risks. Remember Enron, long-term capital management, Lehman Brothers? How would the market have reacted if those firms were more transparent? Altogether, there is a solid business case in favor of transparency enabled by blockchain. These advantages go beyond addressing concerns arising from the front-page scandals. Privacy of corporate entities is already limited, especially compared to that of individuals. According to a recent IBM study of C-suite executives, the vast majority of executives who adopted blockchain believe the technology will create more trust. Traceable audit trails of past transactions can now serve as building blocks for companies' reputation going forward. In this video, we'll explore transparency and the use of multiple IDs on the blockchain. As we've called out in prior lessons, one benefit of blockchain is that it creates an immutable trusted record of transactions. Though we often hear that Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are anonymous, it's not exactly true. Distributed ledgers are not necessarily set up to guarantee privacy for users. Transactions can be traced by looking at the different addresses in that transaction. And that poses some problems. But before we delve into possible solutions, let's first address the separate concerns of two different groups. One group are the cryptocurrency advocates themselves, mainly the advocates for Bitcoin. They worry about their dealings being traced or detected by entities like the government. And that's not surprising or bad, considering Bitcoin holds much promise for untraceable transactions in, say, corrupt parts of the world. The other group are the enterprise users. Most of them are accustomed to the government's auditing their actions. They worry less about government knowledge, and they may welcome a system with better traceability. Their main concern is whether their actions are traceable by their competitors. Too much transparency could devalue their intellectual property, such as trade secrets. So let's pose the question. Are actions on blockchains always fully traceable with full attribution? The answer is, of course, no. There are some simple workarounds that can improve privacy in transactions. We will cover one of those in this lesson and dive deeper in the next one. Consider hierarchical deterministic wallets, or so-called HD wallets. Hierarchical deterministic wallets have also been proposed as a solution to privacy in private distributed ledgers. An HD wallet uses algorithms to create a new public-private key pair for each transaction or piece of a larger trade. This thus would allow a user to have a virtually infinite number of public addresses, all derived from a single master seed phrase, making their identity difficult to trace. Let's suppose a private blockchain network is run by a group of large banks and brokers. Each would create one or more of these HD wallets and record individual customers' holdings within their own systems. Rather than go through a centralized database or depository for the settlement, the wallet settlement occurs on the distributed ledger, on the blockchain. With the distributed ledger, even if someone has access, there is no informational advantage over the central depository solution. Another HD wallet solution to generate privacy is a so-called merge and resplit operation. In this example, several entities anonymously submit new addresses to a smart contract. The contract collects the same amount from each party. Let's say it's 100 bitcoins each. Then the contract redeploys the amount to the new addresses. From the outside, we wouldn't be able to follow the trail of money beyond that point. Now, this is useful for many financial services and enterprise use cases, but a completely uncontrolled and unregulated public environment could potentially run afoul of the law. So how do you create a system where digital assets can be moved peer-to-peer, but still with some complete measure of privacy, all in a regulated way? Well, consider using a permissioned blockchain. On a permissioned blockchain, IDs would be known, and a regulator or some authority could have insight. But you could shield your behavior from unwanted outside observers, such as your competitors. If you have any questions about the ideas we discussed here, please check out the discussion forum. We'd love to hear from you. Up next, we explain zero-knowledge proofs. In this video, we go from relatively low-tech privacy solutions like using multiple IDs to high-tech privacy solutions on the blockchain. For privacy-conscious users of blockchain and crypto assets, there is one central challenge: providing cryptographic proof of ownership, but without revealing too much information to the network. This is where zero-knowledge proofs come in. A zero-knowledge proof is a sophisticated method for authenticating a transaction without revealing much details about it. So let's break this down into its most basic function. Let's say a gentleman named Alan is colorblind, but doesn't know it. Bettina wants to prove to Alan that there's a difference between green and red. She gives Alan 2 snooker balls, one green and one red, but they're otherwise identical. Alan doesn't notice a difference, and he's pretty skeptical. Bettina wants to prove they're different colors, but she doesn't want Alan to learn which is which, or at least not just yet. So here's the proof system. Alan holds 1 snooker ball in each hand and puts them behind his back. He either switches the balls between his hands or just leaves them be. There's an equal chance of switching or not. He then brings them out from behind his back. Bettina now has to guess whether Alan switched the balls. But Bettina can know with certainty whether Alan switched the balls just by looking at the colors, because she's not colorblind. If the balls were identical, if they were the same color, she'd be able to guess the correct color 50% of the time. So one try wouldn't be enough to get Alan convinced. Alan and Bettina must repeat this proof multiple times. With each time Bettina gets it right, the chance it was just plain luck goes away. Alan eventually is convinced that the balls are different colors. The proof is zero knowledge because Alan never learns which ball is green and which one is red. He just knows they're different colors. In the blockchain world, zero knowledge is critical for, among other things, voting applications. In an election on a blockchain, each voter receives a voting token. When casting that vote, the token holder needs to verify that she is the legitimate owner of the token. But with secret suffrage, the validator must not know the owner's identity. Since all network member information is recorded in public blockchains, this poses a problem. That knowledge might let the validator trace the actual vote back to the voter, which is problematic because votes must be trusted, but they also must remain anonymous. Though pioneered by Zcash, zero-knowledge proofs are catching on in other platforms. For example, developers of the public blockchain Ethereum are already including the option to use a generalized version of zero-knowledge proofs on their own blockchain. The concept they employ is something called zero-knowledge succinct non-interactive argument of knowledge, or, conveniently, ZK-SNARK for short. Okay, not the most sonorous or lyrical sounding name, but very important nonetheless. A ZK-SNARK is a zero-knowledge proof protocol. It lets users reveal only the necessary information to the verifier and no more. Zcash is one example of a cryptocurrency based on these zero-knowledge proofs. When would a company want such an option? Let's say an enterprise stores smart contracts on a blockchain. A lender wants to assess the credit of that enterprise. The lender also asks about the payments the enterprise is expecting based on those existing contracts. The enterprise may not wish to reveal all the counterparties or other details of the contracts to the lender. Zero-knowledge proofs present a solution. The enterprise can prove it's the recipient of upcoming payments without revealing all the business details it may rightly want to keep private. Another high-tech concept offering privacy is a linkable ring signature. A ring signature is created when the sender of a transaction is mixed together with a random collection of other IDs that basically serve as a decoy. This process produces a unique digital signature for the transaction, which blurs the identity of the real sender. In signing the transaction, the sender can prove that she's the rightful owner of the assets being sent without revealing which ID is hers. Linkability also prevents double spending. Monero is an example of a blockchain-based cryptocurrency offering this alternative. To wrap up, there are multiple solutions to ensure privacy on the blockchain. It could be procedural, like using multiple IDs, or it could be technological, like the zero-knowledge proofs we just reviewed. If you have any questions about the ideas that we've discussed here, please head to the online discussion forum. We'd love to hear from you. Welcome back. In this video, we look at the challenges of implementing a public blockchain compared to a private one. Let's start with the issue of privacy. Privacy is a right for private citizens in many democracies, yet lots of jurisdictions, like in Canada and the United States, limit the privacy of corporations and corporate executives. Corporate insiders, for example, must disclose trades in their company's stocks. Mutual funds and some hedge funds must disclose their holdings. You may recall we looked at transparency as a strategic asset. It can be a strategic opportunity for firms and their executives to build their brands and their reputations, an opportunity to earn customer and market trust and respect. The procedural solutions for privacy, like using multiple IDs, are central to public blockchains. The downside of multiple addresses is that privacy comes at a high cost. Identity creation may be free, but the transactions come with fees. Other than costs, nothing really prevents us from using a random number of IDs and hiding their identities. The struggle to be transparent, yet protect our identities and our trade secrets, continues to be one of the greatest challenges of implementing blockchain, whether it's a public or a private one. The use of high-tech solutions like ZK snarks to attain privacy is quickly becoming a strategic asset. You may remember, a ZK snark is a zero-knowledge proof protocol, which basically means it allows you to confirm that a transaction has occurred and is valid without knowing many other details. Let's look at smart contracts, one of the most appealing features of blockchain technology. Axel may want to deliver something to Bettina, but Axel may worry about exposure of its intellectual property because all transactions and information on the blockchain are visible to both parties and the public. A ZK snark would protect Axel's property by concealing contract details and confirming final delivery. This procedural workaround from public blockchains can apply to private or permission blockchains as well. But private blockchains provide further options. Whether a user can create multiple IDs is really just a design choice. The economic incentives for proof and settlement of transactions is also a design choice. That includes the cost for using multiple IDs. Private blockchains may have features for masking user identity or features limiting visibility of transactions only to certain parties. More critical for private blockchains is this: users must understand the identity setup. They must understand the network governance and the information available to all network members. These are important questions to ask. Is the setup identical to a public blockchain, or must all users have gone through a know your customer procedure? Are there limitations to ID usages? Do all network members use IDs in the same way? Do customers of networks have equal access, or do network operators give some customers more information than others? Handling information and identifiers would require much preparation by any consortium looking to introduce private blockchains. If a bank consortium is running a private blockchain, then any institutional investor needs to understand which information is visible and to whom. Corporate users should have similar concerns. A business partner may make a subset of information visible to build a good reputation, but selective disclosure, rather than full transparency, makes it difficult to construct a baseline for meaningful comparison. Lots of possible information asymmetries come up with private blockchains. In the history of finance, it's been difficult to change transparency regimes without resistance. Financial institutions already face heavy regulation. Then they may face another challenge: the challenge of dispersing information among members and non-members without creating conflicts of interest. Regulation of private or consortium blockchains could be quite tricky if users are dispersed across multiple jurisdictions, particularly if those jurisdictions have different regulatory regimes. There are two main outcomes to consider as blockchain technology and the financial industry evolve. The first is private permission blockchain networks, in which verified, non-anonymous nodes can post transactions to the ledger and confirm other transactions. Such networks are typically also read-limited to that same network of verified nodes, but the network could allow a larger audience to read the data. A subset of that network could allow further control over read and write access, so that it could use a much simpler form of consensus, one based loosely on a supermajority vote of the nodes, rather than on the more CPU-intensive proof-of-work system that Bitcoin, Ether, and really most other coins have used. Such a network could also accommodate a much higher transaction volume than that which is typically provided by proof-of-work blockchains. Many of those building distributed ledger applications for the financial industry and for the industrial Internet of Things, to just take two examples, prefer this model. It may also prove more valuable for those building certain public-facing applications, such as educational credentialing, carbon emissions monitoring, or fiat currency administration. The second outcome is financial institutions and other enterprises could design a distributed ledger similar to their current system, essentially moving what they've got to a new technology platform. The R3 consortium, formed by many of the world's largest financial institutions, promotes its own version of a distributed ledger, which it calls the Corda system. The Corda system is an open distributed ledger. It is designed to preserve member privacy. A member can see only the information pertaining to it. It is a system of bilaterally agreed upon and verified transactions. Algorithmic notaries provide conflict resolution. People have called Corda the AOL of the 21st century. Private blockchains hold lots of promise and will likely be widely used. However, they have some disadvantages that must be acknowledged. For one, they can become large, lucrative targets for hackers. Now, depending on the protocol, a single compromised member could expose the whole network, though distributing consensus across many members should make this more difficult. On the flip side, public blockchains like the Bitcoin blockchain are very secure, as they are proof-of-work protocols, which of course requires an attacker to control over 51% of the network's computing power. That control comes at a steep cost to the attacker. Tampering with records is economically infeasible and self-defeating on these public blockchains. For more detail about permission blockchains, check out the new preface to the paperback edition of Blockchain Revolution. If you have any questions, please click over to the discussion forum. In this video, we review what we've learned about transparency and public versus private blockchains. Since Satoshi Nakamoto created Bitcoin in 2008, corporate executives expressed some concerns. Private blockchain seemed to be the obvious alternative. The word private suggests they could maintain a traditional level of privacy. But the truth, of course, is a bit more complicated. A private blockchain doesn't mean full privacy, it means exclusivity of membership. And a public blockchain doesn't mean total lack of privacy, it means all are welcome. Transparency and privacy actually become design choices. Designers can use low-tech and high-tech solutions to mask transactions, whether they're in public or in private blockchains. Blockchain users who choose to mask their activities may do so at a cost, namely to their reputation. Transparency increases trust. It can attract new business partners, new customers, and investors who value transparency. We'll likely see blockchains that are private with tools for masking IDs. Setting aside security concerns, executives will face some tough questions. Who sees what? Who is masking their IDs? And who controls these protocols? We have a unique opportunity here to embrace transparency. And our hope is that executives see the positive network effects of an open world. That brings us to the end of our module on transparency. Thank you for joining us. If you have any remaining questions or comments about this module, please post them to the discussion forum. On behalf of our academic partner, INSEAD, and the co-author of Blockchain Revolution, Don Tapscott, thank you for joining us.
In this module, you'll meet all the players in the blockchain ecosystem. We call them stakeholders because they all have a stake in blockchain success. And guess what? You're one of them. Welcome. Exactly which one is up to you. We'll look at each of their roles so you can decide for yourself. We'll focus on something we call governance, not government, meaning regulation designed to control behavior. We're talking governance, meaning stewardship, collaboration, and incentives to act in our common interest. Without governance, the internet wouldn't be what it is today, a global network of interoperable networks, all using the same standards and protocols. And no government controls the internet. It's managed by an ecosystem. We'll look at the governance of blockchain on 3 levels. First is a platform level. There you'll find protocols like the Bitcoin peer-to-peer electronic cash system and the Ethereum Turing-complete virtual computer. Second is the application level, where you have distributed apps, such as everything from apps for supply chains, healthcare, records of the music industry, to the so-called initial coin offerings, or ICOs. And third, the ecosystem level, where stakeholders from different industries and jurisdictions come together to shape this technology's future. In this module, you'll see some diverse perspectives. Industry pioneers like Eric Voorhees or Roger Ver, venture capitalists like Andreessen Horowitz and the Winklevoss twins, visionaries like Vitalik Buterin and Nick Szabo, and academic leaders like Joey Ito in the MIT Media Lab. Governments, some huge and heavy-handed like China, others with less land and a lighter touch like Gibraltar, bankers and investors who were the first to form an industry blockchain consortium, advocates like Perianne Boring, founder of the Chamber of Digital Commerce, who sees the need for organization and is doing something about it, coders, end users, and forward-looking students like you. You'll be able to describe these stakeholder groups and their roles in blockchain stewardship. On behalf of our academic partner INSEAD and my collaborator Alex Tapscott, thank you for joining us. Next up, an introduction to the blockchain ecosystem.
In this lesson, we look at the blockchain ecosystem. We'll discuss the dedicated networks of blockchain leadership and governance, and discuss the need for ever greater leadership and governance. And by governance, of course, we don't mean government. We mean the stewardship of a global resource. We'll compare blockchain to a global technology that you're all very familiar with, the internet. You'll learn how the internet's governance model came to be. You'll also learn how blockchain stakeholders can apply this model today. And in doing so, how they can overcome many of the showstoppers and safeguard this technology's future. In 1992, computer scientist David Clark said, "We reject kings, presidents, and voting. We believe in rough consensus and running code." Now that was the mantra of first-generation internet pioneers. This philosophy for governing the internet as a global resource was a huge shift away from the usual way of doing things. More on that in just a minute. Now, back in 1992, most people weren't online. Internet traffic was really mostly email. The World Wide Web, as you and I browse it today, was still a couple of years away. Most people couldn't imagine how the internet would become the new medium of communication and collaboration, how it would become commonplace in all of our daily lives. Now, when the open source movement did arrive, it followed almost half a century of state-based resource governance. Hierarchies were the dominant paradigm. Chains of command gave us industrial-scale solutions for a war-torn global community. The International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization were born at the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944. The United Nations and the groups under its authority received wide latitude to go out and solve the world's problems. Such centralized paradigms aren't as effective in the digital age. The creation of an open source internet was a bellwether. It was a dramatic departure from the traditional hierarchical structure that we've discussed. It was decentralized, and yet it worked. The second-gen internet is just as enthusiastic about openness and just as disdainful of hierarchy. Satoshi Nakamoto, Eric Voorhees, Nick Szabo, and other pioneers embrace much of the same self-sovereignty that Clark espoused decades ago. Now, this philosophy allowed the Bitcoin blockchain to take off. Satoshi's rejection of hierarchy cultivated a vibrant ecosystem. But this hands-off governance is starting to show some cracks. As with the internet, the blockchain ecosystem contains lots of competing viewpoints. Even the core blockchain contingents have kind of split. Different crypto camps are advocating their own agendas, and the fine details are lost in translation to a novice public at large. Brian Ford, the former head of MIT's Digital Currency Initiative, told us in the lead up to Bitcoin's 2017 hard fork. In the media, he said, it has been a debate about the block size. But I think what we're seeing is that it's actually a debate on governance. A great organizing principle is not on its own an agent of progress. Open source governance has transformed society, and we will need coordination, organization, and leadership. Even Wikipedia and Linux have Jimmy Wales and Linus Torvalds. And to be clear, a benevolent dictator like this is not the solution here, but greater governance and leadership is required. Code alone is just a tool. It is humans who must lead. We need all stakeholders in the blockchain ecosystem to come together. We have serious unanswered questions. We need to address mission-critical issues. How will the technology scale? And can we scale it without consuming too much energy? Can we agree on standards without reverting to hierarchy? At present, there needs to be a greater collective momentum towards solutions. And we researched many of these questions. And we think governance networks are the answer, not state-based institutions. The internet overcame similar challenges as a global resource needing stewardship. It's now curated, orchestrated, and otherwise governed by a once unthinkable network of individuals, civil society organizations, and corporations. It even has the implicit and sometimes active support of governments and nation states. Most important, no government, no country, no corporation, no state-based institution controls the internet. The lesson here is clear. Diverse stakeholders can effectively steward a global resource with inclusivity, consensus, and transparency. Blockchain stakeholders in civil society, the private sector, and governments can and should collaborate. Call these collaborations global solution networks. Such networks can achieve new forms of cooperation, social change, and even produce public value. Blockchain technology comes from the open source community, but it quickly gained diverse stakeholders, and they all have different backgrounds and interests. In this module, you'll learn about 9 categories of stakeholders. They include developers, venture capitalists, and entrepreneurs, as well as corporations, governments, and non-governmental organizations. Each has a role to play. We need all stakeholders globally to collaborate and provide leadership. Any questions or comments? We're here to help. Please check out the discussion forum. For more on all the players in the blockchain ecosystem, see Chapter 11 of Blockchain Revolution. In this lesson, we'll meet the blockchain stakeholders, old and new. Some blockchain industry pioneers believe that regulation is not just foolish, it's hostile to Bitcoin's principles. Eric Voorhees himself said, Bitcoin is already very well regulated by mathematics, not subject to the whims of governments. In our last session, we touched on some of the limits of this hands-off approach. As the ecosystem grew and companies became stakeholders, more entrepreneurs opened up to the idea of talking with governments. They think that a broader focus on governance is a good thing, even for crypto. This explains why it's now commonplace for companies like Coinbase, Circle, and Gemini to join trade consortia. Some even have ties with academic institutions, like the Digital Currency Initiative at MIT. Mathematics is no longer blockchain's sole regulator. Before long, the success of insiders caught the attention of Silicon Valley's brightest venture capitalists. They include the venerable Andreessen Horowitz and many others. Now, financial services titans have joined the mix. Goldman Sachs, the New York Stock Exchange, Fidelity, Visa, Barclays, the United Bank of Switzerland, CIBC, TMX Group, and dozens of others have invested in startups, launched projects, or joined consortiums. Pension funds have likewise entered the fray. Jim Orlando runs OMERS Ventures, the venture capital investment arm of a public sector pension. In 2015, he directed its first investment in blockchain. And today, he's looking for the next killer app. He says it will do for blockchain what the web browser did for the internet. Investment in blockchain has exploded. It's gone from a market cap of $10 billion in 2016 to over $130 billion as of January 2018, over 10 times larger in only 6 years. Venture capitalist Tim Draper told us, if anything, financiers are underestimating the potential of blockchain. Barry Silbert's venture firm, the Digital Currency Group, appointed academics and other non-traditional advisors to its board. They wish to speed up development of a better financial system, and they aim to accomplish this through both investment and advocacy. But in no industry have we seen a more dramatic reversal of opinion than in banking. For the longest time, many financial institutions just dismissed Bitcoin outright. They considered it the currency of gamblers and criminals. Blockchain wasn't even a blip on their radars. Today, really, they're all in on blockchain, and many are even coming around to Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. It was really quite incredible to watch this unfold in real time. Few major financial institutions saw fit to invest before 2015. Now dozens of global institutions have invested in this technology. And they've also come to participate in leadership discussions. Many of the world's biggest banks joined the R3 consortium. Others have partnered with the Linux Foundation to launch the Open Ledger project, which has now become Hyperledger. Banks should participate in the governance of this global resource. They're well positioned to play the role of stewards. But other stakeholders should remain wary of powerful incumbents who may try to seek control. Internet pioneers had to do the same in the early days. If you have questions or comments, please check out the discussion forum. Up next, we'll meet another group of stakeholders. For more on the players in the blockchain ecosystem, see Chapter 11 of Blockchain Revolution.
Blockchain to me is really all about collaboration. It's about community and the way that community comes together to share information or to trust information that's been entered on the chain. We are significant participants in those communities as they exist. We were founding members of the Blockchain Research Institute with Don Tapscott, coming in at an early time when Don was gathering communities of interest around the blockchain revolution. Likewise, we were founding members of the Blockchain and Transport Alliance, which is a community that's now more than 500 companies strong that are setting the standards for how things will be recorded as product moves through the physical world on a blockchain. So we believe that community is what makes blockchain so powerful. It's an ability for you to extend authority and trust and provenance and all of those critical elements into a space that lots of people can participate in. And the more that participate in it, the more powerful it becomes.
In this video, we meet the remaining group of blockchain stakeholders. First is the user, namely, you and me. We care about security, privacy, and identity, not just our own, but those of others. We care about human rights and the long-term viability of this technology. We want fair hearings and fair judgments. We want a forum for righting wrongs and for fighting criminals. So we first need to coordinate and agree on the basics. Everyone seems divided on some basic taxonomy. Does blockchain refer to the Bitcoin blockchain or the technology in general? Is it a currency or a security or simply software? Is it all of these things or none of these things? Governments and regulators the world over are likewise uncoordinated. Some are laissez-faire. Others dive right in with rules and regulations, like the BIT license in New York, with unintended consequences that can stifle innovation. Some regimes are openly hostile. China has banned cryptocurrency exchanges outright, even though cryptocurrency mining is still widespread in China and blockchain innovation is frankly exploding. Likewise, the industry is split. There are those who support new rules and those who don't, and they fall into various factions. Even those who resist government intervention do concede any government enthusiasm can be a positive. Prolific venture capitalist Adam Draper said, "Government endorsements create institutional endorsements. That has value." And central banks, despite their different approaches to blockchain, are more welcoming of governance. Benjamin Losky, the former superintendent of financial services for the state of New York, said strong regulations are the first step of growth. Now, there's a growing number of NGOs and civil society organizations focused specifically on transformation through blockchain technology. Groups like Jerry Brito's Coin Center and Perry-Ann Boring's Chamber of Digital Commerce are gaining traction in the community. Perry-Ann Boring is a former journalist and now the founder of the Chamber, a trade-based advocacy group in Washington, D.C. Within a year, Boring's Chamber attracted a high-profile board with big industry names like Blythe Masters and Don Tapscott, as well as James Newsom, former chair of the U.S. Commodities Future Trading Commission, Jason Weinstein, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the U.S. Department of Justice, and George Gilder, co-founder of the Discovery Institute and speechwriter to American politicians Nelson Rockefeller, George Romney, and Richard Nixon. Boring said the movement needed boots on the ground in Washington to open a dialogue with government. With her background in journalism, Boring focused on the message, positioning, and polish. She said her organization's open to anyone who is committed to growing this community. She's now a leading voice in policy and advocacy in the expanding blockchain governance ecosystem. The clamor from leaders who advocate governance is as prophetic as it's urgent. When we talk about governing blockchain technology, we're not only talking about regulation. Regulations alone can't control an important global resource, nor should they. Joey Ito said, "You can regulate networks, you can regulate operations, but you can't regulate software." And so regulations will be just one of several important pieces in the blockchain governance puzzle, a puzzle that is yet to be fully assembled. We've seen lots of parallels in origin and ideals between the internet and blockchain technology. But blockchain's not entirely like the internet because money is different from information.
So you're building a really diverse set of players in your ecosystem around Sweatcoin. What have you learned about engaging with partners in this space?
Great question. We are now starting to build relationships with insurers because if you are health or life insurer, or even sort of general insurer, having policyholders who are more physically active is incredibly beneficial financially for you. And we've had a number of conversations over the years, but with this Warwick study right now clearly proving that we do change behavior sustainably and at a meaningful level, close to 20% per day, people move more. We have really, really strong ammunition for these conversations and started tight partnership conversations. Another one is local governments. We are in conversations with a handful of local councils in the UK where we can help local council to make people leave homes and to basically be more physically active. bring these people into high streets to revive some of the kind of areas and bring more footfall into local businesses that local councils are also interested in kind of motivating to grow. So, there are a lot of these conversations and a lot of partnerships like that in making. And of course, there is a there are bigger partnerships that we hope to enter, NHS and general kind of healthcare conversations. But I think this will probably take a little bit longer to get to.
In this lesson, we'll talk about the future of blockchain stewardship. We also offer up some suggestions for blockchain stakeholders to help make sure that blockchain does have a future. Because we think the future is not something to predict, it's something to achieve, we all need to get involved. And we think the key to blockchain's future can be found in its past, in the stewardship of that other disruptive technology, the internet. It's good that the blockchain's beginning was as unfettered as the internet's, not governed by nations or by state-based institutions or by corporations. The early days of blockchain were unregulated, like the internet of days past, where innovation soared and a whole ecosystem grew. Yes, eventually regulation found the internet, and today there are laws across the globe concerning things like spam, privacy, and net neutrality. Those regulations are important and can be beneficial to society. As the internet grew and entered the mainstream, the public wanted some control. But that first hands-off approach was equally beneficial to the newborn technology at the time. Such an approach has worked for blockchain as well. Now blockchain's ecosystem has matured a bit. It's time to make sure this technology lasts. Blockchain's next era may require even more government involvement than did the internet. There's a reason for that. The Internet of Information deals with just that, data. Blockchain, as the Internet of Value, deals in assets, money, identity, land, diamonds, things of value that are critical to the economy. That's why there's a more immediate public interest in blockchain regulation. Still, how the Internet's governed as a global resource remains the best model for blockchain governance. Blockchain needs to be self-governed primarily, using a multi-stakeholder approach. We call this approach the use of global solution networks. Now, this is a concept we developed years ago while thinking about the networks for global problem solving. This was in a previous large multi-million-dollar research program that we led. Since then, we've hosted roundtables of key players in the blockchain ecosystem, and we dubbed the subsequent paper on blockchain stewardship the Muskoka Group Manifesto, since we held this meeting on Lake Muskoka in Ontario, Canada. We also wrote a white paper on blockchain governance for the World Economic Forum. Blockchain Research Institute faculty explored the subject as well and produced some actionable material in a number of reports. And we came to some important conclusions about just where the internet and blockchain diverged in their governance needs. The internet's a network of similar networks, but there's not yet a blockchain of blockchains. It's split up at the basic platform or protocol level. The Internet of Value requires stewardship at not just the one, but three distinct levels. These are the platform level, the application level, and the ecosystem level. The platform level calls for self-governance. Platforms should develop standards, use cases, and a robust rollout. We have seen vital movement on this level in recent years. The Bitcoin community forked and applies different solutions for scalability. The Lightning Network sees rapid expansion and development. Ethereum has already tested its crisis management by consensus and plans a proof-of-stake rollout. And Hyperledger calls for urgency around standards with a measured approach. That's the platform level. At the application level, various blockchain consortia have come together. Brands like FedEx or Pepsi have joined with industry partners and even their competitors to develop standards and common applications. The Enterprise Ethereum Alliance works to build application-level standards for platforms using Ethereum. And the overall ecosystem level has networks like the Blockchain Research Institute creating and circulating knowledge. This level is also home to advocacy groups like the Global Blockchain Business Council or the Chamber of Digital Commerce. So we can apply our global solutions framework to each of these levels. And here are actions stakeholders can take. First, use standard networks to codify your common ground. Second, use network institutions, complex organizations that do many things, to welcome stakeholders with radically diverse views on what needs to be done. Third, use advocacy networks to respect each other's interests and constraints and to advocate for the right thing to do. Fourth, watchdog networks can be used to make sure no one does any harm. Fifth, use policy networks to join policy debates and coordinate regulation. Six, use knowledge networks, networks that create and extend knowledge to get up to speed. And last, use what we call delivery networks to keep incentives for mass collaboration in mind. This is all critical work. No stakeholder is immune to technical challenges or bad legislation. Blockchain stewardship will influence all levels and affect everyone in the ecosystem, whether they're a provider or a user. If you've got questions or thoughts about this session, please check out the discussion forum. And for more on blockchain stewardship, see the final chapter of Blockchain Revolution or the section on governance and leadership for the new era in the preface to the paperback edition of the book. On behalf of my co-author, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, congrats on finishing this module, and thanks muchly for joining us.
Welcome to this module on the challenges to implementing blockchain. It's an important one because there are still many blockchain naysayers. And like every revolutionary technology, the blockchain has its upside and its downside. In this module, we discuss 10 different implementation challenges. Some say blockchain's too easy for criminals to use. Others say blockchain is just too hard for everyone else to use, compared to, say, email or social media. Still others say it burns too much energy. Some call it a job killer, a surveillance system for the state, a platform for big incumbents to get bigger. Still others are worried about governments banning it in China, Russia, and elsewhere. We need to overcome all these as we move into the second era of the internet. Just beyond all the legitimate concerns of naysayers and the resistance of incumbents and Luddites are reasonable and compelling arguments for moving forward. We'll walk you through them. Remember, we need more debate, more engagement in this blockchain revolution, not less. Thoughtful and respectful debate is helpful. Attacking each other on Twitter is not. By the end of this module, you'll be able to describe each of the challenges. And for each challenge, you'll be able to describe one or more possible solutions. If you've heard any blockchain bashing, please share it on the discussion forum. We need to get all the arguments, pro and con, on the table. For a preview of these implementation challenges, see Chapter 10 of Blockchain Revolution. On behalf of my co-author Don Tapscott and our academic partner INSEAD, thank you for joining us. In this lesson, we look at what we mean by overcoming showstoppers. Showstoppers are obstacles to the development and widespread adoption of blockchain technology. Showstoppers are also risks to the decentralized control and openness of blockchain. If we look back at the history of disruptive technology, we see many examples of innovations gone bad. Their inventors were attempting to solve a problem plaguing humankind, but innovations, like big ideas, can be twisted or applied in ways their inventors never intended. Consider the work of Lev Sergeyevich Terman, a gifted Russian musician and inventor. He discovered how to make music out of thin air. That reminded us of Satoshi Nakamoto's making money out of nothing but clever code. Terman's story is a cautionary tale for anyone who wants to see blockchain succeed in the world. Terman was born into Russian aristocracy before the turn of the 20th century. He later joined the Bolsheviks in dismantling the Tsarist autocracy. It was a political movement. One of his early assignments was to create a device for measuring the electrical conductivity and the capacity of various gases. He tried gas-filled lamps, he tried a high-frequency oscillator, and he even tried hypnosis. The oscillator ended up working well, so Terman's boss encouraged him to seek other applications for it. The first application is a device that you may be familiar with. It started out as two metal terminals with nothing between them, like a lamp without the glass. Terman discovered if he filled the void with gas, he could gauge the gas's electrical properties. He used headphones so he could take acoustic readings of the pitch of the electrical signal each gas produced. To his surprise, Terman could control the pitch by moving his hands carefully. He called his device the etherphone. What's it called today? The theremin. Used a lot in sci-fi movies of the 1950s, like The Day the Earth Stood Still or The Forbidden Planet. Terman's other apparatus was a larger scale version of this device. It was sensitive to movement within a radius of several meters. It became the first motion detector, a sentry of the ether. Terman demoed both devices at the Kremlin. And what did Comrade Lenin do? He immediately set up the motion detector to guard Soviet stashes of gold. If anyone crossed the electromagnetic line around the gold, they'd set off a silent alarm. Suddenly, Big Brother had electric eyes. Chilling stuff. Lenin even co-opted electricity in his propaganda. He equated communism with Soviet power and the electrification of the country. But Comrade Stalin took it to a whole new level of bad. Stalin rounded up Terman and his fellow scientists, threw them in a gulag, and forced them to invent more tools of tyranny. The moral of the story is simple. Terman's innovation brought both light and darkness to the world. Web developer Maciej Suglowski said as much in his brilliant talk, Our Comrade the Electron. New technology can be used for good and for evil. You probably heard such warnings about the Bitcoin blockchain. Beware, it's used for drug trafficking, money laundering, and Ponzi schemes. Sure, these are real concerns. So how do we keep dark forces from co-opting or crushing blockchain's potential? We already looked at the many promises of this technology. In the coming lessons, we will shine the spotlight on 10 showstoppers. Understanding them is half the battle. You may be tempted to dismiss blockchain because of these showstoppers, but are these really reasons that blockchain is a bad idea? Or are they implementation challenges to be overcome? We think it's the latter. We encourage you to reframe these as important problems to solve, and you can help solve them. You can collaborate and put your ingenuity to work here as we transition into the second era of the internet. Up next, we look at the first showstopper, the sheer difficulty of using blockchain right now. In this video, we'll look at the first showstopper of implementing blockchain. The technology is not ready for prime time. Some people still have a vague understanding of cryptocurrency. Even fewer have heard of blockchain technology, though that has changed significantly since Blockchain Revolution was published in 2016. Still, you are among the forward-thinking few, and to change this stigma and help spread awareness and understanding, we need to work together. It is a complex task, convincing newcomers and tech visionaries that these problems are worth solving. First, we must identify the issues And there are 8 key concerns, and we'll cover each here in detail. Our leading concern is that the technology of the future is already here, but its infrastructure is unevenly distributed. Consider Greece's 2015 economic crisis. Greek citizens wouldn't have known how to locate a Bitcoin exchange or ATM, or how to transfer their drachmas into Bitcoin to escape the troubled currency. Strong infrastructure matters. It can't be limited during crises. Unfortunately for Greece, its blockchain infrastructure was lacking at the time of this crisis. This brings us to our second concern. The system lacks the transactional capacity for mass usage. Some of you may remember what happened when AOL dumped 2.3 million email accounts onto the internet. The internet wasn't ready in terms of spam protection and net etiquette to absorb new users. The blockchain would also be prone to capacity problems, systems failures, unexpected bugs, and the frustration of non-tech savvy users. Some platforms, like Ripple and Hyperledger, have gone a long way in solving these problems, and up-and-comers like Cosmos may change the game. But this is still a concern for some applications. Inaccessibility to the average person is our third concern. There's not enough wallet support, and a lot of interfaces aren't yet user-friendly. They're in complex code and tech jargon. Custodying crypto assets is becoming easier, thanks to hardware solutions like the Ledger Nano and Trezor hardware wallets, but it is still not intuitive for some. Google is popular and easy to use because people can type in a basic name or word to get results instantly. Bitcoin addresses may ultimately need to have a similar simplicity of use. The fourth concern is liquidity, or rather, the long-term lack thereof. Bitcoin has a fixed quantity. For example, there will be 21 million Bitcoins in circulation by the year 2140, but it'll be mined at a decreasing rate. As the number of users grows, the value per coin is likely to grow. Perhaps it will continue to grow long into the future. Well, what's wrong with that, you might ask? Here's the challenge. Early adopters hold on to Bitcoin as miners hold on to gold. They hoard it, hoping the value will increase, rather than treating it as something to exchange. There's also the dilemma of coins stored in lost wallets or sent to addresses whose owners have lost their private keys. These coins can't be recovered. And that means there will be fewer Bitcoins in actual circulation than the 21 million that we mentioned before. The fifth concern is high latency. It takes, on average, 10 minutes to clear and settle transactions on the Bitcoin blockchain network. It's faster end-to-end than most other payment forms, but it's still too long for certain use cases like the Internet of Things, where devices need to interact nonstop. 10 minutes is also just too long for retail financial transactions, where timing matters to get an asset at a particular price. Entrepreneurs can modify the source code by tweaking a few parameters, or by launching a new blockchain known as an altcoin in place of Bitcoin. Litecoin is a popular altcoin with a block time of 2.5 minutes. A sixth concern is the behavioral change required, well beyond net etiquette. Bitcoin provides better privacy, stronger security, and more freedom from third-party cost structures and systems failures. But with greater freedom comes greater responsibility. Unlike Bitcoin users, average people aren't used to backing up their money on a hardware wallet in so-called cold storage disconnected from the internet. They don't think about keeping these backups in separate locations, so if they were to, say, lose everything in a fire, they don't lose all their money. Owning Bitcoin without securing it is a lot like storing money in a mattress. Not a smart idea. So far, we've covered 6 concerns, why blockchain isn't ready for prime time, and we've got 2 more to go. The 7th one is societal change. Think about it for a moment. Money is a social construct, representing what a society values. It's a vital part of our social structure because it's molded by our relationships, and it adapts to our evolving needs. So is it really socially unhealthy to create an immutable record of every human transaction in perpetuity? Remember, the blockchain never forgets. It appends, but it never erases. This leads us to the final concern, the possible lack of legal choices in a world of transaction finality and unstoppable smart contracts. Smart contracts can ensure a transaction goes through with mathematical certainty, but it allows no room for human doubt or regret. This unprecedented approach means that blockchain users can decide which rules to follow, but once they decide, once they execute a smart contract, there's no backing out. If there is a disagreement among parties, will people actually take the counterparty to court? Probably not. After all, most contract breaches in the analog world are just too costly to pursue in court. Why should those numbers improve in a blockchain world, especially if parties are anonymous? How can a contract executed and fulfilled according to its code be seen as a legitimate breach of contract just because one party is unhappy with the outcome? Will the courts even recognize the case? These are questions stakeholders are addressing today, and much progress has been made, but there's still more to do. Perhaps it will be you addressing and overcoming these implementation challenges. In this video, we'll look at the second showstopper of implementing blockchain. You may remember the proof-of-work consensus mechanism used by the Bitcoin blockchain. This mechanism ensures network security. To hack the Bitcoin network, a hacker would need more computing power than the rest of the Bitcoin network combined. And a hacker would have to overpower the network in broad daylight. So these protocols are not only the unique building blocks, they are critical building blocks of people's trust in the system. As amazing as these blockchain protocols are, they pose a big problem. The energy used to show proof of work is significant, and if it scales linearly, it will be unsustainable. Let's delve deeper into the amount of processing power we're talking about. This might get a bit technical, but bear with me, the reward is worth it. Hashing, the process of digesting transactions through the secure hash algorithm known as SHA-256, and solving a block, burns a lot of electricity. Estimates liken the Bitcoin network's energy consumption to more than 4.41 billion kilowatt hours, a Godzilla-sized carbon footprint. As early as 2015, the combined processing power of the Bitcoin network was hundreds of times greater than the total output of the world's top 500 supercomputers. Think of all that power. Critics suggest that we could be using it to cure cancer or explore the stars. Instead, we're using it to process Bitcoin transactions. Turns out that Bitcoin serves a vital role in many people's lives, and mining it uses over 70% renewable energy, but even when you factor in these clear benefits, it's still expensive. Here's the basic rule of thumb for cost. For every dollar a computer burns up in electricity, it needs 50 cents to cool down. Processing and protecting the more than $60 billion worth of Bitcoin in circulation actually requires hundreds of millions of dollars in electricity every single year. Previously, we likened mining Bitcoin to mining gold. These two rare and precious resources share another similarity. They require an intense amount of energy to form the asset. As citizens who care about our planet, we need to find the best way to solve for the electricity needed to run and cool the computers mining Bitcoin and securing the Bitcoin network. Hash rate is only one way to measure the processing power of the Bitcoin network. Remember, when a miner finds the hash with the correct number of zeros, that miner shares the proof of work with other miners in the network. The other miners signal their acceptance by rushing to work on the next block. So let's say there are millions of transactions per block. Each is paying an average transaction fee of $1. So the miners will receive millions of dollars per block. They would also spend a little less than that to do the work. The amount of hashing has driven the difficulty level, which adjusts on average every 2 weeks. Though not always exact, difficulty levels generally follow the same trend line as price. The hash rate has risen significantly since Bitcoin's inception. As it increases, the trend is towards using more energy, not less. And when we get down to it, all forms of money have a relationship to energy. We just have to decide if the blockchain is worth the cost. The second energy-related issue is computer architecture. The Bitfury group has built a Bitcoin solver with application-specific integrated circuits, or ASICs. These are energy efficient, designed solely to mine Bitcoin. Another environmentally friendly factor is the location of the mining equipment. Relocating to cooler climates may help. Although these initiatives may limit mining's carbon footprint, miners who want to make a career of it must continually to upgrade their systems. Most mining equipment remains competitive for less than a year. Firms like Bitfury are like those Yukon shopkeepers during the great California gold rush. They make their real fortune by selling better and better shovels to the miners. New approaches to recycling computer parts are in development, but they're still not available to most consumers. If Bitcoin truly becomes a global network for payments, some developers believe they'll need to move away from proof of work as a security measure and find an alternative mechanism. So other networks, such as Ethereum or EOS, have explored other consensus algorithms like proof of stake to secure the network while retaining decentralization. Remember, the purpose of consensus algorithms is to allocate the right to decide the state of the blockchain network to a decentralized set of users. We don't want a centralized set of decision makers. Vitalik Buterin, co-creator of Ethereum, sees only 3 securely decentralized sets of users. Each set corresponds to a type of consensus algorithm. The first set is owners of computing power with standard proof-of-work algorithm. The second set is stakeholders with various proof-of-stake algorithms. And the third set is members of a social network with a federated-style consensus algorithm. These systems don't burn electricity as the blockchain does for Bitcoin. And the fourth way to address energy waste is proof of disk, where owners of disk storage space define the economic set of users. Seemingly daily, clever inventors are creating new ways of building consensus without the costly elements of proof of work. But some experts caution against these alternatives to proof of work. It's a new era of computer science. It might not only malfunction, but also require constant checking. To sum it up, the choice of consensus algorithm must achieve 2 goals. 1, it must keep the network secure. And 2, it must distribute the decision on network status widely to the most appropriate decentralized economic set. The Western idiom, if there's a will, there's a way, applies here. The smartest technologists on the planet are working on creative solutions to the energy problem. Those include more efficient devices and greater use of renewable energy. And as computers with artificial intelligence become smarter, so too will the solutions that they provide. In this video, we'll look at the third blockchain showstopper or implementation challenge, namely the view that governments will crush it or bend it to their will. Bitcoin creator Satoshi Nakamoto viewed this blockchain experiment as a new path toward freedom, not a total upheaval. Cryptography is not a solution to the world's political problems, he said. In the past, governments have successfully stifled centrally controlled networks. Napster is one such example. It was a popular peer-to-peer digital music file sharing network in the late 1990s. It threatened the big central powers of the music industry, and it didn't last long after facing massive litigation over copyright infringement. So who's threatened by blockchain technology? Which central authority will try to crush it or control it? Lawmakers attempting to introduce laws or policy without fully understanding the technology is a recipe for disaster. By not understanding blockchain's potential, new legislation can actually harm its development. The courts have already got it wrong. They've tried applying intellectual property rules to Bitcoin, but it has no intellectual property elements. There's no creative spark for copyright. There's no patentable idea. There's no patent, and there's certainly no trademark. It was born of the public domain and released to the public domain. The courts think physicality is the dividing line between virtual property and intellectual property. It's not. The challenge is difficult. How do lawmakers expect the unexpected? How do they prevent the technology from falling into the wrong hands? The learning curve for governments is steep, but it is less so for dictators looking to create machine-driven despotism. Yikes. On the one hand, lawmakers must not stifle innovation for fear of the possible abuses. Human trafficking, illicit drug trade, gun running, child pornography, tax evasion, money laundering, counterfeiting, and the coordination of terrorists or white supremacists. These are all worst-case scenarios, and they're looking to exploit all innovations, not just blockchain. On the other hand, governments must not twist untested applications like blockchain-based platforms for identity management to infringe on or restrict civil liberties. They already appear to be doing this in China with the social scoring system. More world leaders should be speaking out about that. We need a stable approach to regulation, legislation, and international negotiation. We need investors to remain confident and continue to support the technology's global development. Jurisdiction is already an issue with Bitcoin. How should cryptocurrencies and other digital assets and their sale and transactions be regulated? Most government leaders and regulators do not understand the power of this technology for innovation and for economic and social development. When they first hear of it, they are skeptical. And as usual, when a new paradigm emerges, vested interests fight the change. New paradigms are often received with coolness or worse, hostility. Leaders of the old paradigm are often the last to embrace the new. In fairness, this is a tough time to be a regulator. The irresistible force of this exciting technology is meeting the immovable object of public expectations that governments will protect consumers and investors. Unfortunately, many regulators get it wrong. For example, they don't have the knowledge or conceptual framework to differentiate different types of assets, and their knee-jerk reaction is to declare any asset as a security, like a stock or a bond, requiring very strong regulation. Jurisdiction is already an issue with Bitcoin. Some jurisdictions have moved to define Bitcoin narrowly, like the US Internal Revenue Service. The IRS has labeled Bitcoin an asset for calculating taxes on the appreciation of value. Other governments have banned it altogether, or banned state banks from exchanging it. China is one such country. Bitcoin isn't illegal, but it could be at any moment. The professional mining community has flourished in China and become influential in debates over upgrades to the Bitcoin protocol. But what happens to blockchain security if China suddenly bans mining too? Will blockchain innovation be stifled if a vital part of the community is suddenly censored and cut off from using it? Chinese miners would lose out to miners from other parts of the world, but what would happen to their Bitcoin? Legal frameworks also matter. Legal scholars don't think that the current framework can handle certain questions raised by smart property on a global scale. Smart contracts both define and manage ownership rights. Their code makes no assumption about the transfer of those rights. Code can't randomly seize, divest, or transfer these rights. Let's take an example. Let's say I owned a parcel of land. What if, even by accident, government officials assign my deed to someone else during the land registration process? Would that person have absolute rule over my land? How would I go about reversing the assignment? It's a troubling concept, to say the least. And should we apply or adapt old rules meant for old technology to this new technology? The common law isn't affecting technology law. The common law is technology law. Another concern is identity and the blockchain. Identity matters big time, but people mostly have a simple view of identity. If governments transfer identity to the blockchain, where information is fixed, we actually end up with a technological construct, not at all like the social construct of identity. It will become a terrible tool for fascism. Combining a precisely coded version of personhood with a precisely coded version of society is the stuff of science fiction novels, usually the dystopian ones, like Orwell's 1984. Self-enforcing contracts, walled gardens, or trusted systems owned and managed by privileged, decentralized groups could dictate what people could or couldn't do. Constitutional safeguards or constraints would be non-existent. We'd no longer be free, more like slaves to a tyrannical regime. Then there's the dictator's learning curve. Think about all the artificial intelligence labs staffed by the world's smartest PhDs. They have access to the world's most powerful computers. PhDs might fork the Bitcoin code or write a smart contract for controlling a drone's delivery of a package. The Bitcoin would be held in escrow until the exact moment when the package arrives. Imagine if these PhDs post this software as open source code to the internet. Their intent is to share their ideas and move them forward. But what if ISIS gets its hand on their code? ISIS doesn't need an artificial intelligence lab or software development team. It just needs to swap a grenade for the package. What was meant as an invitation for collaboration is now a potential weapon. What's the main lesson here? It's not what we do with the code, it's what we don't realize we're doing with it. The unintended consequences. There's still much to debate and resolve going forward if we want to preserve the freedoms of the blockchain and the stability of our legal and social frameworks. Go to the discussion forum and share your views.
What kind of challenges do you think the technology will run into as it looks to realize its potential?
Challenges are plenty for blockchain. I mean, starting from the one that we kind of struggled with for quite a while, which is throughput. For example, at Sweatcoin, we're already processing 50 times more transactions at peak than, for example, Bitcoin blockchain is capable of processing. So we very quickly arrived to a point that we realized that, thank God, we didn't actually start on blockchain, because we would have been dead by now at our scale. So throughput is a huge issue, and a lot of people are working on it, and there are a lot of public announcements, and there are a lot of statements about really fast blockchain solutions out there. But if you look into the core of it, and if you analyze the code, you realize that quite a lot of this stuff is not production ready. We spent last 6 months comparing solutions, and we found something that supports our current business speed, but there is nothing virtually that can support our growth just out of the box. So throughput is one. The second one is regulation. And I think we're getting to grips with it. And, I'm still waiting for regulators to kind of develop a template that would be working for entrepreneurs and for them. But, this is one fascinating area that I'm keeping very, very close eye on. So throughput, so tech and regulation.
What are some of the challenges that the community is running into as they seek to realize the potential?
So I think it's clear that one of the major challenges that we're facing at the moment is regulation. That's definitely something that we're seeing is a really big barrier, not just for us, but also for many smaller companies who are starting off and trying to start off now. From the beginning, are seeing so much higher barriers to entry, with the fact that they need to hire big legal teams and start to look at getting licenses and thinking of the way that every single country might treat this differently. And I think that's going to become more and more of a barrier to entry. Whether or not it's necessarily good or bad, I think, is another question, but it will slow down the rate of innovation. And on the other side, the fact that the technologies themselves have been so overhyped has led to a lot of projects who've raised a lot of funding, promising all sorts of applications being built in the next few months, whereas in reality it's going to be many years before the infrastructure is even mature enough. And especially as a business which completely relies on a lot of different blockchain infrastructure, it's so clear to us that every day we run into all sorts of bugs and problems which we have to report back to the developers of these tokens or cryptocurrencies. And that's just the base layer. I mean, just to even think of building something which most people would be happy to interact with every day is still so far away from where we are now.
In this video, we'll look at the fourth showstopper of implementing blockchain technology. Powerful incumbents of the old paradigm will usurp the blockchain. There have been a lot of concerns about the first generation of the internet. One of the biggest fears is that powerful corporations will capture most of the technology and use it to fortify their private empires. This has already come true, since corporations have often not been good stewards of public trust. Think of how corporations have closed off opportunity and privatized much of our digital experience. We use proprietary stores to acquire and use new apps on our phones, tablets, and now watches. Search engines and marketing departments alike interrupt our content with countless ads. Big companies promote and prosper from consumer transparency, but are secretive about their own activities and data assets. Yes, some companies have disclosed information about their operations, but the majorities want either to remain in the shadows or react when whistleblowers and investigative journalism shine a light on their dubious practices. The blockchain could very well become the next tool these corporations use to mark their territories. Case in point, the banking industry. Banks are among the oldest secret keepers. They make good judgments about whom to lend to and how to process payments because they have access to private information. They get that information by promising to keep it secret. The bank has an advantage that other industries do not. Transfer that scenario to the blockchain. What's to prevent huge corporations or powerful nation states from capturing blockchain technologies for their own narrow interests? Blockchain technology has emerged as an important global resource, but it's also a disruptor. Any tool of consensus like blockchain will be vulnerable to powerful interests. Just as the Russians use social media to influence elections and public policy, corporations can use marketing to encourage behavior benefiting their interests. We're not saying corporations and governments shouldn't be involved. Society needs corporations to create jobs and wealth and government to deliver services. But in no way should the blockchain be perverted or wielded to limit its greater benefit to society. Let's say some wealthy despot has decided Bitcoin has become so influential it's eroding his power, like the internet before it. This despot could seize all the mining power within reach and purchase the rest from countries that are still tolerant of his bad behavior. It could put him potentially over the 51% hash rate threshold. This would give him the power to decide which transactions to include in blocks and which to reject. This controlling interest also would allow him to decide whether to fork the code and maybe introduce a few bans. Maybe he will blacklist addresses associated with gambling or free speech. Honest nodes now face a dilemma. Do they adopt this centrally controlled fork, or do they fork over to a new code? In 2014, thieves attacked the MintPal exchange and stole 8 million Vericoins, a proof-of-stake currency. Within days of the attack, Vericoin developers released new code, forking the Vericoin blockchain prior to the hack. They essentially rolled back time and collaborated with exchanges to ensure adoption. But there would be no such escape if the despot ordered a similar attack and controlled 51% of the network. This culprit could be a government leader or the executive of a highly profitable company or one of the wealthiest people in the world. Whatever this person's identity, the culprit could use sheer purchasing power to stage a 51% attack, or at the very least, subvert the blockchain. A third scenario involves the old litigate rather than innovate strategy. Incumbents could lobby for regulation to defend and fortify their interests and territory. They could rig the system so that existing regulations for well-established firms apply to small startups. If any startups survive these regulations, then incumbents could sue to finish them off. This ruthless strategy could buy incumbents time to get their own affairs in order. On the other hand, the strategy could drain the incumbent of whatever real value it contains. Think of legacy systems and active inertia, the twin tyrants to innovation we called out earlier. Academics have well documented the effects of lock-in and switching costs. They've also identified the challenges of integrating post-merger systems. Organizations with huge technology investments already installed may be tempted to throw more money at their old system rather than pilot experiments on the blockchain. It's like sharpening a knife for a pistol fight. You're still most likely going to lose. You may have heard this quote from English historian John Acton: "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." We must all work to be good and fair stewards of change and uphold the freedom of the blockchain against any powerful and corrupt incumbent. What do you think? Please let us know on the discussion forum. In this video, we'll look at the fifth implementation challenge of blockchain. The incentives are inadequate for mass collaboration. Now, before we dive into why miners choose to maintain the Bitcoin blockchain, let's be clear about the service miners provide. It is not transaction validation. Every node in the network can validate transaction. What miners do is preserve the distribution of power. This is the power to decide which transactions to include in each block, the power to mint coins, and the power to vote on the truth. If the network fails, all the unconverted Bitcoin that miners earned or could earn through mining would be lost, or worthless, or otherwise at risk. The network gets good value from miners in exchange for large sums of Bitcoin. This has actually become quite a big business. Initially, mining something like Bitcoin only required some spare CPU processing power. Now large companies spend millions of dollars building specialized chips to compete in a huge global market. But is the incentive going to last? And if it goes away, how will the network stay so secure? Consider this. The number of Bitcoins minted is cut in half every 4 years. What will happen when the reward drops to zero? The mining cycle depends on the market price of Bitcoin. When the price drops, some Bitcoin miners park their supply. Adjustments to the difficulty level mean that mining will probably always be profitable for some, but certainly not for all miners. Some miners can't afford to just park and play. They just dry dock their mining rigs or divert their processing power to a more profitable use case, sometimes mining another coin. Some join mining pools to combine their computing power with other nodes in the hopes of increasing their odds of solving a block. It's better to get a fraction of the winnings than no winnings at all. How do we stop miners from abandoning their work? One answer is to charge fees. The total number of Bitcoins that will ever exist is predetermined. So once all Bitcoins have been minted, fees will likely become common for on-chain transactions. Indeed, fees are already common for some transactions today. Transaction fees will support miners, but will pass through to users. Let's think in terms of billions of nanopayments. Because each block has a fixed maximum size, there is a limit to how many transactions a miner can include. Miners will add transactions with the highest fees first, and leave those with low or zero fees to fight for whatever space might be left over. If your transaction fee is high enough, you can expect a miner to include it in the next block. But if the network is busy, then your fee is just too low. It might take multiple blocks before a miner eventually records you in the blockchain. You may be asking, will charging fees lower the blockchain's advantage over traditional payment methods? Good question. Transaction fees reflect the marginal cost of verifying a transaction. If the block rewards keep halving, and there's no incentive for miners to continue, then the hash rate would likely drop. If hash rate drops, network security declines. Without network security, trust in the blockchain will be lost. This leads us back to the 51% attack we learned in a prior session. This is when a huge mining pool or a cartel of large mining pools controls a majority of the hash rate. With that much firepower, they could establish a majority vote of miners and hijack block generation. Once this process is hijacked, they could force their version of the truth on the Bitcoin network. They wouldn't get rich from it, but they could reverse their own transactions with a previous block, like a credit card chargeback. This would be even costlier than mining new coins. Let's say the attackers bought some big ticket item from the same merchant. They waited until it shipped. Then they attacked the network to get their money back. This wouldn't mean tacking their own block to the end of the blockchain. This would mean going back and redoing the block and the following blocks containing all their purchases. Meanwhile, the network continues to generate new blocks. When the cartel's branch becomes longer, it becomes the new valid chain. Coin exchanges are typically the biggest stakeholders. Attacks on proof-of-stake models come from concentrated coin control. And this is why in some jurisdictions, exchanges must be licensed and watched by regulators. Reputations are at stake, so there are multiple incentives to protect the value of the brand and the value of the coins held in account wallets. But an attacker might not care about any of these costs. Why? Because there will be more coins in circulation, a greater diversity of value, and more strategic assets registered on both proof-of-work and proof-of-stake blockchains, and that means a lot more at risk. A lot more havoc to wreak through an attack. What do you think about the role of incentives? Please voice your view on the discussion forum. In this video, we'll look at the 6th implementation challenge of blockchain technology, that blockchain is a job killer. The blockchain could become an amazing platform for radical automation. That's right. Computer code, rather than human beings, could do the work of managing assets and coordinating talent. Lots of tech executives from top-tier companies like Microsoft and Facebook believe high-tech innovation may briefly disrupt labor markets. The overall consensus is that innovation will create the next generation of jobs in the long run. The displacement of humans with automation is really nothing new. Considering the vending machine or the traffic light, consider email's impact on letter delivery and direct mail marketing, or the internet's impact on travel booking and ticketing offices, or drones displacing human reconnaissance on the battlefield and robots sparing human lives on bomb squads. Professional services firm PwC expects robots and artificial intelligence to replace up to 38% of US jobs over the next 15 years. Now, a shared blockchain platform has the potential to abolish tens of thousands of jobs of professional services firms in auditing, accounting, and finance. We believe new business and employment opportunities will arise from this shift through the creative destruction of the market, but this is certainly not guaranteed. the key concern remains. Will blockchain lead to job loss, especially in the short to medium term, as many traditional roles inside of these intermediaries become obsolete? Not if we begin preparing now for the opportunities ahead. Hundreds of millions of people could potentially become micro-shareholders in new corporations and take part in economic exchange. In the developing world, the blockchain and cryptocurrencies could help entrepreneurs raise capital, protect assets and intellectual property, and create jobs, even in the poorest communities. The technology could vastly improve the delivery and deployment of aid. It could increase government transparency, reduce corruption, and set the conditions for good government. These results are not guaranteed. Yet the possibility of even more people participating on a global platform that drops the barrier of transaction costs is quite appealing. Overall, what matters is not whether new capabilities exist. What matters is the extent to which we turn these capabilities into social benefit. Maybe we need a new social contract, redefining human work and how much time we should all spend making a living. Is it really 40 or 60 or 80 hours a week? Our devices will have the potential to create wealth, from autonomous vehicles to solar panels on our roofs, plugged into electric microgrids. Even if this technology helps us do more with fewer people, we still have no reason to delay it. If you have concerns about job loss, or you have new ideas for new jobs, then please post them on the discussion forum. For more on this subject, check out the Job Killer section of Chapter 10 in Blockchain Revolution. Up next, we look at the 7th showstopper, governing the protocols. In this video, we'll look at the 7th showstopper of implementing blockchain technology, governing the protocols. Unlike the internet, the Bitcoin community doesn't have formal oversight bodies who help guide its development, and some in the community actually prefer it that way. Most innovators and supporters can agree. Blockchain's openness, security, and decentralization are its greatest strengths. What they can't seem to agree on is how this evolving technology should be governed, if at all. A lack of governance adds to the uncertainty. So how do we foster blockchain's potential without over-regulating or over-governing it? First, let's review what governance actually is. Governance involves setting standards, advocating and adopting sensible policies, developing knowledge about the technology's potential, watching out for bad actors, and actually building out the global infrastructure. One of the biggest debates in recent memory in the community was about whether to increase the block size on the Bitcoin blockchain, thus allowing more transactions per block. The outcome of this was the hard fork of Bitcoin, creating Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, and other smaller variations. Gavin Andreessen and Mike Hearn were both strong advocates for increasing the block size from 1 megabyte of data to as large as 20 megabytes. Andreessen has said that Bitcoin is not a token for rich people to trade back and forth, it is a payment network. They've argued Bitcoin must prepare to go mainstream if it's going to compete as a global payment system. If transaction flow on the blockchain reaches capacity, then it would grind to a halt. Fees would increase for people who didn't want to wait for their transactions to settle. Perhaps a central power would step in to protect consumer interests and help process the overflow. These types of bottlenecks and centralizations are not the goal. In August 2015, Andreessen and Hearn launched something called Bitcoin XT. They created a fork of the blockchain allowing for 8 megabyte blocks. It was a controversial proposal. Challengers argued that people shouldn't be using Bitcoin to buy their venti lattes at Starbucks. Some developers want every single person in the world to be running a full node. They want to see every single transaction and not rely on anyone else. On the other hand, volunteer contributors who make the software are concerned. They might not be able to handle larger blocks if transaction volume were to ramp up. In other words, we can't have it both ways if the Bitcoin blockchain is to scale and remain secure. Trying to bootstrap or change a network protocol is a mighty task. The Bitcoin network secures up to $65 billion worth of people's wealth and assets. Too quick or too large a change on the system is a costly risk. Like the internet, the blockchain will most likely have a messy, chaotic governance process. Agreeing on protocols will be as easy as herding cats. Amidst the Bitcoin XP kerfuffle a few years ago, and the subsequent and much better publicized Bitcoin Cash hard fork, a dedicated team led by Elizabeth Stark was developing the Lightning Network, a second layer protocol built on top of Bitcoin. The Lightning Network allows participants to build payment channels peer-to-peer, batching transactions, and then confirming them on the Bitcoin main chain. In other words, potentially solving the scaling issue. Now, lots of work must be done to achieve success, but Lightning's first year in 2018 was a roaring success. Perhaps messy and chaotic governance works best. And again, we're not talking about regulating the blockchain, but about stewarding it for viability and for success. It'll eventually come down to what codes the people choose to run. If you have an opinion on block size or questions about this topic, please post them on the discussion forum. Next up, we'll look at the 8th showstopper. Distributed autonomous agents will turn against us.
I think anytime you're dealing with a relatively new technology, the biggest challenges you have is what is going to emerge as the dominant design. So if you follow the communities today, frankly, there continues to be a lot of tension between the communities, whether you're talking about Ethereum or Hyperledger or the varieties of technologies and ways that those technologies are being supported. There's a lot of tension out there. And so some of the obstacles are trying to figure out what is the best deployment model. How can you use blockchain in a way that will allow a community to interact with the chains in the most appropriate way and not find yourself in the middle of, frankly, almost political discussions about which way the technology is going to go.
Welcome back. In this video, we'll explore the 8th implementation challenge of blockchain technology, the possibility of distributed autonomous agents going rogue. These are entities that use intelligent software to manage and organize resources and processes. Many of these highly distributed enterprises deal with a range of good and bad actors. As the blockchain evolves, bad actors have emerged. They threaten network security and public safety. Their existence raises questions about the liability of these distributed enterprise models. Here's our first scenario. In 2015, 2 hackers did a hacking demo for Wired magazine. They hacked into a Jeep Cherokee while it was on the road, and they hijacked its control system. No surprise, this hack freaked out drivers, manufacturers, and policymakers alike. The hack exposed a serious flaw in the technology. As a result, Chrysler recalled 1.4 million vehicles. It makes you wonder, could terrorists figure out how to hack the autopilot airplanes to inflict devastation rather than sacrificing their own lives as they did on 9/11? Could they remotely control the systems of nuclear power plants or other critical infrastructure to stoke fear? It's a scary thought, even more so because it appears to be quite possible. Let's explore a second scenario, where we own a decentralized web hosting company. Each of the servers has a say in company management. When a human hacker or piece of malware pretends to be a million servers, it could outvote real servers in the network. This malicious entity would now control our company. It could cash out. It could attach names to otherwise anonymous data. It could hold operations for ransom until we human owners paid up. What a disaster! And let's imagine a third scenario, where newspaper headlines read, 100,000 refrigerators attack Bank of America. Once machines have intelligence and the ability to learn, how quickly will they become autonomous? Think about it in terms of military drones and robots. Could they decide to turn on civilians? Who is liable when they do? Experts in artificial intelligence say we're only years away from this, not decades. It's why scientists and researchers like Stephen Hawking, Elon Musk, and Steve Wozniak issued an open letter calling for a ban on the development of autonomous offensive weapons. How does society govern and control these entities to prevent hostile takeovers or deadly scenarios? We don't think the answer is broad regulation of distributed autonomous entities or the Internet of Things. We believe the answer lies in app developers, detecting any major public impact in source code and designs. We think they should consult with customers to anticipate and minimize risks, identify alternative paths forward, and build support. For more on this 8th showstopper, check out the section on Skynet in Chapter 10 of Blockchain Revolution. If you have any questions, please check out the discussion forum. Next up is our 9th showstopper, privacy. Welcome back. In this video, we'll look at the 9th implementation challenge of blockchain technology, the breakdown of privacy. The blockchain has great potential for ensuring anonymity and providing a degree of openness. But we've seen corporations act like Big Brother, spying on us and calling it customer intimacy and big data analytics. Governments are also tracking our movement through our mobile devices and tapping our data through our telecom and internet service providers. Why should we expect them to respect our privacy on the blockchain? To adapt an old saying, fool me in the first era of the internet, shame on you. Fool me in the second era of the internet, shame on me. With valuables like money, patents, access to mineral rights, and titles to land and national treasure at stake, it's as if we've placed a big bullseye on the blockchain. Even now, the US National Security Agency must be analyzing the data flowing across the blockchain. Another big question is this: what happens to privacy when the physical world starts collecting and communicating our data? Maciej Ceglowski, the founder of Pinboard, gave a presentation at Webstock in 2014. He talked about Google's acquisition of Nest. Nest makes luxury thermostats with cameras and sensors, able to collect data about the rooms that they're in. Ceglowski's dumb old thermostat didn't come with privacy policy because it didn't need to. This smart thermostat could report directly back to Google, like a gossipy roommate. Like Ceglowski, lots of us are already uncomfortable with the current social media environment. We're constantly barraged by targeted marketing messages wherever we go. In the blockchain world, we could have better control over our data. But do we care enough about our privacy? Are we willing to take responsibility for managing it? The truth is, none of these privacy challenges are showstoppers if we focus on design. We can design an internet without further eroding our civil liberties. It can be free in the best sense of the word if privacy is made a default setting. Privacy does not need to be a casualty of national security. We can make sure every IT system, every business practice, and all infrastructure protect individual privacy by design. Brands will earn people's trust by respecting user privacy. They can keep our needs as users in mind. They can ensure end-to-end security of our data. This includes destroying user data, respecting the right to be forgotten. It's time for leaders to prevent rather than react to violations of our privacy. It's time to design transparency into all corporate and government operations. It's time to flip the model. Black boxes for individual data managed by individuals, glass houses for organizational data viewable by all stakeholders. This will take effort and advocacy. It means scrapping permanent mass surveillance as a business model. It means pushing laws through a rigid legal system. It means mass activism to enact change. We must focus on designing privacy into the stack. We need privacy protocols, not privacy patches. Visionaries may be attracted to this system, but there's no telling what exactly their visions entail, or if they will be true to the founding principles of blockchain. We need to maintain a system good for business, good for government, and good for the public. In this video, we'll look at the final implementation challenge of blockchain technology, that criminals will use it. In its early days, naysayers condemned Bitcoin as a tool for laundering money or buying illicit goods. The blockchain is decentralized, relatively fast, and peer-to-peer, a seemingly good fit for criminal exploitation. Chances are you've heard of the Silk Road, a dark web marketplace for illegal drugs. At its peak in October 2013, Silk Road had nearly 14,000 listings priced in Bitcoin. Products were delivered by mail. The site provided a guide of how to avoid getting caught by authorities. When the FBI seized the site, the price of Bitcoin plummeted. Digital currencies became linked with crime, even though today only a tiny fraction of crimes take place in cryptocurrencies, and the vast majority of cryptocurrencies are used for entirely legitimate purposes. It is really a branding challenge that needs to be overcome. The truth is, there's nothing unique to Bitcoin or blockchain technology that makes it more effective for criminals than any other technology. In fact, digital currencies could actually help law enforcement. Digital times do lead to digital crimes. In general, though, authorities believe that digital currency could provide a record of suspicious activity. It could aid in solving a host of cybercrimes, from financial services to the Internet of Things. No unhackable computer system exists yet. Naturally, opportunities for crime and corruption have just scaled with technology, and the core issue still remains. If human beings want to exploit other human beings, they will use the latest means to do it if their old ways no longer work. Bitcoin and blockchain technology could actually discourage criminal use in a major way. And here we're talking about transparency and traceability. Regulators have gone so far as to dub Bitcoins prosecution futures because they're so easily traced. Like everyone else, criminals must publish all of their Bitcoin transactions to the blockchain. This allows enforcement to track payments in Bitcoin more easily than in cash. The old Watergate adage, follow the money to find the crook, is actually more doable on the blockchain than with other payment methods. Regardless of blockchain's critics, keep this in mind. The leading form of payment among criminals is still just cold hard cash. Another key point is that the technology doesn't really have agency. It doesn't want for anything. It doesn't choose sides. When someone robs a bank, we don't blame the money sitting in the vault. We can't close banks just because there's a possibility they may be robbed. Life goes on. We accept the benefits alongside the risks. That criminals use Bitcoin speaks more to the lack of strong governance, regulation, advocacy, education, and legitimate economic opportunity than it does to Bitcoin's underlying virtues. Money is a technology after all. We should fix the social and economic problems at hand, not ban the technology. Indeed, Bitcoin and blockchain could help us address these problems and potentially much more. In this video, we'll review whether blockchain will fail or triumph over these challenges. The debate over technological innovation and human progress is an ancient one. Is the tool good or bad? Does it advance the human condition or does it degrade it? Such debates are raging now over handguns and opioid painkillers. Individuals and organizations can use innovations for good and for evil. It has been true across a broad range of technologies, from electricity to the internet. You may recall the story of Lev Terman and how his legendary invention of wonder became instruments of tyranny under Stalin. The obstacles facing the blockchain are formidable. Let's consider quantum computing. It combines quantum mechanics and theoretical computation to solve problems. It can factor very large numbers rapidly and efficiently. It's vastly faster than today's computers. It'll be able to crack the codes securing such assets as blockchain wallets and nuclear missiles. That's why we called it the cryptographer's Y2K problem. There is a race to make blockchains quantum resistant, if not quantum proof, before quantum computers become widely available. Satirist James Branch Cable said, "The optimist proclaims we live in the best of all possible worlds. The pessimist fears that this is true." Technology does not favor inequality or structural employment. While technology can change business and society dramatically, it doesn't determine outcomes one way or the other. That is a function of social, political, and cultural forces. Throughout history, the arc of technology has been broadly very positive. We've made lots of advances in food and medicine. Technology has made for greater human equity, productive capability, and social progress. But the blockchain could very well fall into the same trap as the internet. By design, it's resistant to centralization and control. But if the economic or political rewards are great enough, powerful forces will try to capture it. Leaders of this new distributed paradigm will need to stake their claim. They will need to initiate a wave of economic and institutional innovation to make sure everyone has a fair shot at participating. To borrow a quote from Steve Jobs, "Technology is nothing. What's important is you have a faith in people. They're basically good and smart. If you give them tools, they'll do wonderful things with them." Despite all these implementation challenges, the blockchain is capable of wonderful things. This time, let's fulfill the promise. For a review of these implementation challenges, reread Chapter 10 of Blockchain Revolution. If you have any lingering questions or thoughts, please post them to the discussion forum.
Congratulations on completing this course. You now know what blockchain is. You can explain how it works, and you understand why it's revolutionary, and that's great. We've covered a lot of ground together. We looked at the limitations of the internet for business and economic activity. We discussed the relationship between Bitcoin and blockchain. We've walked through the steps of a blockchain transaction. We exposed you to mining and the meanings of the words hash, nonce, proof of work, and public key cryptography. We studied each of the 7 design principles of the blockchain revolution. We looked at public, private, and consortium blockchains. We met the 9 groups of stakeholders in the blockchain ecosystem, and we looked at their roles in blockchain stewardship at 3 levels: the platform level, the application level, and the ecosystem level. And we identified 10 types of implementation challenges to overcome, and also on how we might overcome them together. We're just delighted that you joined us for this course, and thank you for all of your posts to the discussion forum. We're looking forward to seeing you again in another course in this specialization, or seeing you out and about in the world at a blockchain meetup or an event. So on behalf of my collaborator, Alex Tapscott, and our academic partner, INSEAD, thank you, and best wishes for blockchain success.